This is the Code Breakers. This is Paradox. We are in here. It is 1 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. I think we scared. I don't want to have no DC. DC won't answer the phone. He won't wake up. He don't want to deal with the realities. Deal with the realities of it's over. Wrap them up. Now let me get to. I think Trump might be speaking. But congratulations to the Republicans. We have the House. I'm sorry, we have the Senate. We have the Senate. We have the White House. He will be putting in two Republican judges, two more Republican judges in the Supreme Court. Let me see, can I get this in here and run it in the background? Let's see here. Share and play it till maybe we'll get Trump to come out. Uh, but it's over. Finally, we can finally take a break from politics. Oh man, it's been fun though. Let me see, can I get volume? Make sure my phone, my
Might feel
headphones.
that obviously they're going to, you can exploit those tensions and you can exacerbate them to the point.
Yeah, and I told DC that Texas will stay with Ted Cruz, no matter if they don't like him or not. It's just an emotion. It's not reality. Seven Republican governors win tonight. Republican, three Democratic governors win. It sure is. Yeah, Van Jones definitely gonna cry. Yeah, we can wrap this on up, guys. Uh, the numbers ain't. They not voting for her. I mean, it's not complicated really. It's not that heavy. It's just voting on to the next thing. We got the election coming in 2 years. That'll be fun. I think they sent everybody home at the Howard University, which I was going to. If she like I told DC, if she takes Georgia, I will get in my car and I will drive to DC and chill out and hang out and watch the festivities. They're having a good time down at the at the Capitol building. They're having a pretty good time. Them vote. I don't know. It's a good question. I don't know. I have a funny feeling that they're probably gonna blame the inner city that didn't show up for her. They're gonna probably blame men that did not, I guess, perform. But people have to understand something. Like I told DC, is that it's nothing. I don't really necessarily think this has anything to do with her per se. Even though they're gonna try to spin it, they're gonna find everything. They're gonna say that when she was on the View and she said that what did they when she said I'm not gonna do the thing different from Joe Biden. They'll pick it. They're gonna pick it apart, every little thing. But the running campaign in 100 days, the running campaign in 100 days and get this close, I think is impressive. And like I told DC, I said if she wins, it's unbelievable. My gut has Trump, my head has her, but the gut is the gut, man. And now what I will say is I want to really see what Trump was going to do. Could he really maintain what he did 4 years ago and add to it. And I think when the numbers come out, it looks like he may have actually been able to add. Now that's impressive. That says a lot about where the country is. And with a Democratic Party change, they're not going to change. They're going to wait him out for 4 years. Matter of fact, they're going to start moving on him now in the next 2 years. But they're going to have to hold tight. They're going to have to suck it up for the next couple of years at least and do what they got to do to try to pick up some Senate seats or whatever. It'd be very curious to see how the Democratic apparatus decides to adjust itself and deal with the realities of this. Um, this is a better feed than that. No, it's not. It's the same feed. I have the Trump rally up here. This is the Trump rally. I don't think they're gonna celebrate yet because obviously um, it's gonna be a lot of court cases, a lot of lawsuits. I think they've already started suing already. But very exciting. I've been following this stuff for so long. I need like I don't know some days off. Um, because I am. This has been fun though. I won't lie. It has been fun. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a lot of content to get cranked out over the next some weeks, pointing blame at everybody but themselves and not looking at it well. I would put it this way: if you want to blame anybody for a loss on the left, it's gonna be just the Democratic Party as a whole. They knew Joe Biden was not was not was not well, wasn't gonna make it through. They also knew that they didn't run a primary, and people are not realizing that that probably has an impact that people did not vote for her necessarily, even though she's on the ticket with him. And if they did, maybe if you do a primary instead of picking her, maybe that gives some sort of that's something connect. There's a connective tissue there where people actually was able to pick her. That may have done something psychologically. Who knows? But I'm sure they're going to look at that also. Um, I think the bigger thing is you should have had you should they should have Joe should have stepped. He should have did his like he said he was going to do initially. I'm going to do my one term. Let the Democrats fight it out for a nominee the normal way, and then I think it would have been probably a different campaign. But I still think the outcome would have been very similar because I think the Democratic Party is going to have to deal with this, and they didn't deal with it. If they would have ran a white male, better numbers possibly. She is a progressive from my perspective. She's on the left. She moved to the center, but I mean, it was too late for that. And also messaging. I think my bigger thing is that it takes time for messaging to sink in. Barack Obama ran for 2 years. It takes time for that messaging to sink in. Um, um, it takes time for. I cannot believe Donald Trump has been running for. Is he coming out? I think he's coming out. Is that him coming out? Transporters gather in Florida. Are they cheering because we got another state? Did they call another state or is he coming out? Oh, they must have called another state. It's over. Is it officially over? They got their cameras out there excited. Did he win Pennsylvania? Yeah, I think it's official. I think we just watched it live. That he got Pennsylvania. Hello, what was he at? 240? What were they cheering for? Am I missing something? Oh, I thought that what were they cheering for? I thought he was coming out, maybe. I don't know. I thought they called Pennsylvania the way they was cheering just now. But yeah, you look at the numbers. Maybe he is about to come out. Maybe that's what it is. Oh, he is coming out. Let me see. Where's my
Just a few electoral votes away now from clinching 270 as Pennsylvania is called for Donald Trump. We're looking like
Oh, okay. So they called Pennsylvania. Yeah, it's over. Okay, that's what I thought. It had to be Pennsylvania. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's why she sent everybody home and didn't show up in Howard because she already got the numbers. They already had the numbers already. Is that she can and what time is it? East Coast time, where we at? 123? Okay. Yeah, they can't believe it either. It's like we got it. JD Vance, next vice president. Young too, 40 years old. Those were the Milk Boys, I think, right there in that video. I think that's them. I'm glad I got on live. But yeah, her voters did not show up like they did for Joe Biden. And she's been underperforming. She was overperforming initially, but as all the numbers started to come, you can start to see that it's all leaning his way. He probably going to get one of the other states too. He might end up getting Michigan. We're gonna see. I don't know if Trump's coming out yet because they didn't call the election, did they? Is he about to come out? Let me see. Can I find another screen where they're talking about Pennsylvania, talking about the election? Yeah, we can wrap this thing up, man. It was a good run. Now they spent what, 2 billion? They spent the money. PBD them are excited. Where is here 246? We got they call it Pennsylvania. Let me see. Some of these some of these streams are slow. Well, we're gonna find out what he's gonna do about Gaza, what he's gonna do about Russia. Yeah, they're not showing me anything on the other stream. I'm trying to find. Let's go to NBC. Share. I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. Why are they talking about Pennsylvania?
A lot of the vote is still out in Clark County. Let's see. You can see how compared to Biden, she's slightly underperforming Biden. But again, there's more than 20% of the vote out in Clark County. I don't want to make too much assumptions about Nevada without sort of a majority. All of Clark County in, or at least 90% in Washoe, which is more reflective of the entire state.
Yeah, he might grab another state. He might grab. Where is he at? 246
at this point with the vote where it is. Sam Brown is overperforming. Jackie Rosen, of course, the incumbent here. Not great news for Democrats right now, but it's still a lot of the vote is out in Las Vegas, and that's what's going to really decide this election, Savannah.
Yeah, and we're waiting for the Montana Senate seat. as well, where John Tester is looking to hold on. You can check in on that. Report back. Oh no, look, you're so fast on that board now. What do you say?
Tim Sheehy, look at this. The incumbent
So
John.
this stream must be delayed
This was the
because the
most
Trump supporters are
experienced
celebrating
race, I
Pennsylvania.
think, maybe ever in Montana here. This was a huge fight, and we only have about 30% in, so we can't really drop too much from here. But we can see how, this is a very red state. Trump was at 56. He's performing at 51 right now, so he's sort of underperforming. But look, it's still early in the night. There's still 70% of the vote that's out in Montana. But this is one we're going to be watching closer. There's still a lot of counties that haven't even reported vote yet. So still very early in Montana, but the Republican, Tim Sheehy's on top.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. We're back with our panel now, along with our guest, Claire McCaskill, former Democratic Senator from Missouri, and Mark Lauder, Strategic Communications for the 2020 Trump campaign. Good to have you both here with us tonight. Claire, let me start with you. We may hear, Donald Trump sooner than later. What can he say that will make it a less bitter moment for those on the left?
Behavior-wise, how he
boy,
talks
that's
to people, how he
a
does
really hard
things.
question.
America.
First of all, do I think he will?
I love it.
Will he try to reach out?
I always tell DC, man, it's always better to have him in here because you get to see our country for what it is.
Country is divided, incredibly divided. I don't think he will.
That's just the reality.
That's not who he is. That's not how he got elected. And I don't know him. You could probably answer this better than I could, but it doesn't seem like to me that this would be the moment where he would not try to be his authentic self, which is I'm a marauder, I'm a disruptor, I'm somebody who I'm going to be your fighter against everything you hate about government. I think he'll stay with that kind of theme tonight.
Let me ask Mark, is that how he ran? I mean, has he, stretch one more question further, has he made the process more coarse in general? It's the key to getting elected president.
Well, I think obviously he's got his own unique style. He speaks in his language, but I also think when we're talking about this, like Jim Cena was talking about it, the Democrats had made the decision to basically just campaign to be anti-Trump. And for the last 10 years, it's been primarily anti-Trump. I remember coming down the stairs with him as president-elect the first time. I thought actually
and the deplorables once again, they worked. All the podcasts, everything he did, you got to give him credit for, right? Going on the podcast, pushing the bro experience with the Jordan Petersons and the Joe Rogans of the world and Elon Musk. We're gonna find out, can Elon and them, clean the government up? Can they streamline the government, make it more efficient? I think Elon said he wants to cut $2 trillion off the budget. I think they're going to fire everybody in the government. We're going to see, can they pull all that off? Now Trump only gets 4 years. And so, like I was telling people, it is a lame duck presidency. It makes no sense to me personally speaking, because you only get 4 years. You have to start running. Normally, what if you get 8 years? If you get a second term, a chance for a second term, you start running in the last 18 months. You get ready to run for the campaign. Maybe even start a little bit before that, after the midterms. You getting ready to start the run. But I would tell you this: 2028 is going to be absolutely phenomenal. I think I need to sleep for 3 years and then wake up and get ready, because we're going to need the rest. Because you're talking about Democrats and Republicans. It's going to be wide open for both, which I think was because it would have been that way in 2016 if the Democrats didn't rig the election and get Bernie Sanders up out of there and pick Hillary. Again, they're picking people and not letting the voters pick, and you're going to get punished this time, and you got punished in 2016. And you have to take it.
I remember in days after the 2016 election.
And I would say that in 28 it's going to be fun, because hopefully the Democrats don't mess with anything and the Republicans don't mess with anything, and let the people pick the candidates as best as they can through the process, of course. Through the process of the DNC and the RNC, but it needs to feel like you're picking your candidate, whatever they're talking about. Because they would have ran Bernie Sanders with his very progressive model. We may not this may not this reality, this timeline doesn't exist most likely. Because he probably will beat Trump because he's going to pull those voters from Trump. Because he it was a narrow win. I think Bernie probably was the answer. It's just that the Democrats probably just didn't believe in the message was too aggressive for them, but the people were ready for it. And so they filtered it through Trump. They actually filtered it through Obama first, not knowing that he's just a typical politician and that he's going to be a centrist and not really shake things up. Bernie was going to shake things up, of course, right? Big government. But Trump is going to cut more regulations. Our economy should do better. I think I probably made about 30 grand today. Let me check. I didn't check my account, but I can't get off the stream. But my account had bumped up like 30 grand on some of my crypto because they are crazy. Telling me that they're crazy excited in the crypto market. I need to see. I haven't looked at the numbers. I need to go look at some of the numbers. I'm not sure why they was calling Pennsylvania on the Trump stream. That's I'm tripping. Pennsylvania hasn't been called. He's up plus. Oh, yeah, he got Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's gone. It's over. Wisconsin. Is he about to get all of the blue wall? +6 in Michigan. Oh my God, this is a fail. This is a failed campaign. If he gets all of those states, and he's going to be over 3. You know what? Let me yeah, this is over. Let me go to my map. I wish DC would wake up so I can punish him for his predictions and my predictions both. We both thought she had a good chance of winning if people just voted, and they didn't come out. Let me share this real quick. We'll come back to the stream. So he gets Georgia, he gets North Carolina, he gets Pennsylvania, he gets Michigan, he gets Wisconsin, he gets Nevada. What did he in Nevada? What was it in Nevada? Where is it at? Where did it go? I'm happy for the Trump maggots, the MAGA people, man. They worked hard to win this election. Can't say they did not do that. I'm gonna go back a little bit. What was that? What was that number here? Can I find it? I mean, the numbers. He's up. So let's go back. Let's flop back and forth here. So Pennsylvania 2.9 with 94% of the vote in. This is over with. He got Pennsylvania. Arizona is going to be tight. And see, Arizona's not, it doesn't really matter. Let me see, we 246, 56, 66. So he'd be what, 265? He takes Michigan, 75. Okay, so Michigan. So if he takes Michigan and Pennsylvania, it's over. Officially, they can call that. Oh, he got Wisconsin too. So Wisconsin's at 4.2 with 9% of the voting. So Wisconsin is his. I'm gonna go ahead and call it. Whatever happens, happens in real life. We give him Wisconsin. Let's give him Wisconsin. Let's give him Michigan. And let's give him Pennsylvania and Nevada. And Nevada. Did he already? And Nevada, yeah. Oh wow. These numbers here, in my opinion, if all these numbers hold, and we'll put Arizona to the side, I'm gonna put Arizona out. If all of these numbers hold, then he sweeps. And they ran their campaign, all their polling numbers and everything was trash. So let's take Arizona. Hold up, he's gonna win Arizona though, right? He's gonna get Arizona. I don't even know why that number don't really matter. He gets Arizona. He's gonna get Arizona, and he's gonna get Nevada. So is he getting all of them? He's getting all of them. Wow, they really did show up. Arizona, yeah, he got it. There we go, 312 to 220. And I told DC he's gonna be. I said whoever wins, it's gonna be in the threes. I said it. It's not gonna be 270. It's not gonna be all this 275, 285. I said nah. If any at the lowest, I was saying in the 290s, but I was confident that whoever wins this is going to take everything, or almost everything, and be in the 300 range. And and that's exactly where it's at. It was either going to be him or her. It didn't really matter. But whoever had the momentum coming and taking Georgia and North Carolina, once they went, because I was going to go to DC if she wins Georgia. I said, if she wins Georgia, then that means that it's going to happen. That means that the rural vote underperformed. That means that the suburban white vote overperformed. That means that the cities actually came out and voted for her. They did not support her. It was all smoke and mirrors for the last 100 days, basically. It's very funny though, because you can bring all the celebrities out you want, you can do all that stuff, but that you even have a great ground game. Now I would argue this point: if she had 6 months, if she had 9 months, if she had 14 months, for her message to actually penetrate and sink in and get people for people to be truly convinced. The thing is that Trump, it was already done. We just didn't know what the vote was going to be, because you just cannot. We just don't have. It's all going to be gut. No matter what the data says, it's going to be gut. They can do all those perfect numbers, but it's kind of like, well, if they show up, you're right. If they show up the way you want them to show up, then she takes Georgia, or makes Georgia more competitive, or takes North Carolina, or at least you would see her trending. So say if she loses Georgia, but she's trending the right way, that means that she may hold PA, she a whole Wisconsin, she a whole Michigan, but it wasn't trending that way. It's been trending his way. I don't know, probably since maybe 9 to 10 o'clock. As the numbers really start to really dump in there, you can start to see like, oh, okay, he had his pops. His pops started coming in, and her city votes didn't work. The rural vote actually showed up, and the suburban vote, But anyway, when we get better numbers, I think when we get everything sort of settled, and you really get the numbers, you look at because I'm gonna tell, like I told DC, the whole democracy thing. I'm still like, I gotta look at research it a little bit more. Like, well, what is the polls are coming out about? The threat to democracy, or the saving of democracy. And again, they kept, and a lot of voters kept saying, don't, tell us what you're doing, not that we're going to vote against Trump. But it's a strategy, and you pick your line, and you take your line, and whatever happens. I don't know if, like I said, in 100 days. To me, that's gonna be my position for the next 50 years of talking about it, as long as I'm alive. When we come back to this election specifically, it's gonna just be, no one. They didn't. The Democratic people did not pick her. She had 100 days. Your president dropped out, and they covered it up very, very well on the surface, but just underneath, it just wasn't there. And again, people are telling you one thing, but the numbers are reality, right? Like the numbers are saying one thing, but you think about Stacey Abrams and her energy that she spent in Georgia. And I'm gonna tell you, Trump and them were not arrogant about. So that also says that as far as their numbers go, she had a strong campaign, basically, right? That's obvious. Or they would have been much more cocky, much more arrogant, etc. Little cocky though. The last few days, I would say, little cocky. But even now, I'm just messing around because I'm on the stream, and who am I, right? I'm messing around a little bit here. Now, you do want to finish the vote, obviously, right? You do want to make sure all the votes come in, everything gets called, and you are officially announced the president. But I'm thinking he's going to probably be president before we wake up in the morning. That's what I'm gonna guess here. Unless we do some nefarious stuff and start going to courts, and it gets all weird, and Democrats start to do weird stuff, and and try to fight this, which I don't think they should be trying to fight it. I think they should just accept it and just let it go, man, and just get on to the next one. Get on to 2022 and let these people have a good time, man. It's half the country. It's half the voting population. Now, if he wins the popular vote, the Democrats just got to shut the fuck up, to be honest with you. If he wins the popular vote and he blows her out and he's at 312, like I think my map is showing, then you have to accept this is the reality that you have to accept to live in. You was a part of creating this reality, and I won't get into it right now. I'm gonna be cooking the Democrats, obviously, though. I can't help myself, right? We gotta cook them. But thinking that you can push some of these policy, I will tell you this too, and I will concede, even though I'm gonna concede some things. It's from was it abortion versus the border? Yeah, and I felt like that was the main two things that they were selling, and I was buying it. But I'm thinking what Carville said in '92. It's the economy, stupid. And they're gonna probably try to spin this all kind of ways and blame all kind of things. But at the end of the day, every single American, even people who are rich, was sticker shocked as prices for things went from being $2 to $9. You can say inflation is down. I think Chris Christie said it on one of the shows, ABC News, I think. He said it takes time, even when you bring inflation down, of course, it takes time for it to trickle down to the common person. And if you're paying, triple the price, and gas, like I said, I was talking about it before, gas prices aren't that much higher, but they're high. They're not low, obviously, right? They're a little bit higher. But to me, it's really, I think it's groceries. It's the main driving factor. Groceries. And see, when you can figure, and Trump figured out a very clever thing about our country and about countries in general, is that you can blame immigrants for everything, and it's effective, and it worked, right? You can send that injury to the immigrants, illegal immigrants. Latinos showed up for Trump, so all that, say, the immigrant stuff, or he's a racist. Well, is that real? In a sense, from that perspective of, well, if Latinos, they don't want illegals here either. Not their own people per se, but racially speaking, their own people, not in reality, of course. What does that look like? So how many Latinos did break for him? And I really want to see men under 40 by race, by state, and see what those numbers are going to end up being. And I thought maybe I had a little bit of that information somewhere on one of these websites. I don't know. This is not the one now. I saw a website earlier today. I thought I saw a website earlier today. Let me share this. Let's get back to the show. Hopefully it comes out and speaks. But share, stop. Man, it's been fun though. I won't lie to you. It has been, this is exciting. It doesn't get no better than this for elections, man. And just so folks know, America will be just fine. We fought in 2 world wars. Hello, we fought an American Revolution against one of the greatest empires in history. 250 years ago, 270 years ago, I think, something like that. Right? We had a civil war, a real civil war, to unify this country. The country keeps on ticking. And Trump being a populist and people feeling like they've been left behind, they're not being accepted, which we've been talking about, me and DC, for probably 20 years. People in rural areas have been left behind. Those jobs are not coming back. People are struggling. The drug addictions all through those rural areas. And, the Democrats decided to leave these places under Clinton. And you're feeling the repercussions of that. And you're not running candidates that can touch them. And they can touch others as well at the same time. You got to find that right candidate. Joe Biden is the right candidate. And in this point in time, if Joe Biden was strong and healthy and functioning, Trump still might have won, but it probably been a much tighter race. But he's not. He's not where he needs to be. You needed that white, again, going against Trump in this situation. That's why he won in 2020. But maybe even, I would argue, and I think what we're going to find out as well is Trump would have won in 20 if it wasn't for COVID. And we've said that me and DC have been on that from day one. He wins. No, it's no doubt about it. Biden does not beat him. COVID made that happen, in my opinion. So this is kind of, I guess, a referendum of some sort on that situation because of what COVID. Even though he should have been hung for COVID, in my opinion, the Democratic Party decided to take credit for solving COVID versus making it a political issue like you're supposed to as a party and blame Trump for it. But they didn't do it. They decided to say, nope, you know, we the ones that's going to do the vaccines. We're going to do the lockdowns. People are still mad about the lockdowns quietly, and they blame the Democrats for that. So you're feeling some of that pain, and you add all those things up. Again, a tight race. If she had more time, maybe it's a much better race. But I will say I am highly disappointed in a lot of these predictor people who, like I said, if he take, like I said, where's my map at? If he pulls this off, if he goes 312, then that means that just like 16 or 20 or maybe any particular election, at least in this time frame we're living in right now, where things are very razor thin, is that there is no predictions. You just gotta wait for the turnout to happen. You know, they make a lot of money. They make millions upon millions of dollars, of course, predicting things and running their YouTube channels and running their news networks. Did they just get something else? Trump elected president. I think it just happened. He's president. Share. He's officially the president. Where's my streams at? Am I sharing this? He's the president. It's done. It's over.
Take a look at some of the races though that we're still watching. Let's start in
Where's my volume at?
Casey looking for his
they just called it
in the Senate. This race too close to call.
Why is it not showing up yet then?
Is McCormick, and let's look, you can see right there 51 to 41 so far. So there you have Senator Bob Casey trying to fend off a challenge from
you know what?
Dave
If I'm watching the stream from 2020 and not from 2016
in the Senate, she is getting
isn't this a live stream right now?
Real estate
26 minutes ago.
CEO executive Eric
Why are they calling it? Why are they not calling it?
Jackie Rosen. A couple of months ago, it looked like this was going to be safe for her. This race now too close to call as she is trying to fend off a challenge from Sam Brown. Let's go to Michigan now.
Yeah, PBS is saying it's over.
Slotkin and Mike Rogers fighting for this Senate seat in the great state of Michigan as we wait for a call at the top of the ticket in that state.
So we already know that the Senate is in Republican hands, and now where the question is of the margins and the remaining incumbents holding on to Democratic seats have always been on defense. Those are very tight races, and in the case of Nevada, tighter than I think was expected.
Way tighter than expected in Nevada, and quite frankly, in Michigan, in Wisconsin, all of these races have gotten much tighter in these recent weeks. But look, if former President Donald Trump does, in fact, win the White House, having a Republican Senate undoubtedly would pave the way for him to clear at least part of his agenda potentially more easily. Now, of course, he might be dealing with the Democratic House.
And I'll tell you,
Shout out
Republican
to
is
Angela,
contextual
also
source.
good, she just
Republican
won.
Senate
She
source,
won
they're
the Senate
feeling
of Maryland.
pretty darn good about tonight.
My God,
We have a few seconds here. We await the appearance of Donald Trump in that hall in West Palm Beach, Florida. We see a celebratory atmosphere there. People, cheering and hugging, and it looks like a victory party. And when the former president steps out, perhaps that's exactly what it will be. However, NBC News has not projected or made those final calls. Let's take a pause right here and give a chance to other stations to join.
What is it? Do I need to find a Fox News stream? Why are they trying to hold back on it? Call the race. It's over.
2 assassination attempts.
Where is
NBC News election night coverage 2024 election? This is the
is there a good stream that's telling me the truth out here, or are we gonna still play this game? But the Democrats about to turn that machine on, man. There's gonna be a bunch of shenanigans coming in the future.
I believe will be an appearance by Donald Trump. The stage is set. We understand
because
glass.
You gave this man 34 felonies, 91 charges, 2 It didn't
saw the
work.
crowds cheering a few moments ago.
And guess what? He ain't going
Another
to jail
network
now.
has called the race for Trump, which
He would be
explains
he
the
would be
cheers
pardoning himself.
inside the headquarters. We have not. Just a reminder, our decision desk, which is
Oh,
in
they're
Philadelphia,
calling the
crunches those
campaign,
numbers,
and that
and
is
the motto there is
hilarious.
they don't need to be first, they need to be right. And we really do exercise an abundance
Are you
of
telling
caution.
me that
Somebody I'm looking
who's
for
calling
here, and I
the
don't know if
election?
he's
Are
in this
they
convention
actually
center or if
calling
he's
the
still at
election
Mar-a-Lago with
within the
former President Trump,
campaign?
is Elon Musk, because
That
he
is hilarious.
potentially may have ended up being a factor in this race if, in fact,
That
we
is
do call
not
Pennsylvania
smart.
for former President
Please
Trump.
tell me that
He
they're
created
not.
this
That they're
super
not.
PAC, put a
Is they're
ton
showing that
of
he's
money
won the
behind Donald Trump in
presidency?
this state, did that very controversial
That
$1
is
million
not.
a day giveaway to
I know
people
they're
who would
not
sign a
doing that,
petition
right?
arguing for, first
I
and
think
second
that they
amendment
might
rights,
be
et
saying that
cetera.
he's won
It was like
everything. He's the next
$118
president or
million
something.
that he poured into this race behind former President Trump,
Do
and
they
he's
not?
becoming
Are
very
they? I
close
hope they're
ally of his.
watching other
It
things.
speaks to
You
what
don't
we've been
want to. You
talking
don't
about.
want to.
Young men, there's
You
this
know.
picture, Mar-a-Lago,
You know.
Elon
I've
Musk,
seen.
White,
I've seen
UFC
enough
guy,
football games and
out
basketball
there with
games
By
to
the way,
know
speaking of, I
that
mean, first of all, Elon
you
Musk
want the clock
powers
to be
the
at zero
Twitter
though.
X or whatever
I
you
do
call
know
it
that.
now.
Let's not get. Let's not. You don't want to. You don't want to. You don't want to do that to yourself. That's that Hillary Clinton effect. You want to make sure that this thing is closed up though. Yeah, you want to. I hope they're not. I hope they're not doing that though. Let me close some of these windows that I got up because they're celebrating like he's the next president, but they haven't. Is anybody? Does anybody know anybody calling anything officially? Officially, I guess. What is Fox? What is Fox News calling? I don't even think Fox News has called it yet. Breaking news: they showing Donald Trump projected. Okay, so they are calling it. So they're calling it. Okay, so it's over with then. Okay, all right. They're just waiting. They're waiting for the left wing media to just get over with and call it. So that means that she's about to give her speech. She should be giving her speech soon, I guess. Her what do you call it? Conciliatory speech, whatever you call it. So is anybody? Let me see this up on the screen. Okay, good. So Fox News, at least the website, Donald Trump projected to become the next president of the United States. So he got projected to win the battleground state of Pennsylvania, and now 3 electoral away from winning the presidency. So if he gets Pennsylvania, that puts him at 267. And that, what does he need? Arizona? Oh, he's getting Arizona though. So that's wow, is it going to be that? No, it won't be that tight though. That'll just make him the president. And is the House balance of power shield to control the House as the results roll in? So yeah, they're gonna have the Senate with 51 seats by outright majority. So they're gonna have the Senate. Not sure about the House yet. If they get all 3 branches of government, man, they need to go to work and get something done. That's all I gotta say. Get the prices down, get gas prices down, deal with these wars that we got going on in rock and roll. Yeah, and just run, just be the president, man. Keep it moving, man. At the end of the day, we've had a short history, but a very powerful history. I wonder, can I play this to see what Brett Hume is saying? But where is the button? Where is the I don't know if I'm allowed to live stream
for the next 90 days as they try to figure it out.
And let me just say that as Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris will certify the election results on January 6th.
So yeah, they've called it.
In that moment.
I want to know this though. If they called it, why aren't they more excited and celebrated?
Is organized.
Celebratory though.
A great education, I think, for people who had very high passions in this race. There are Democrats who were fervently for Joe Biden. He performed poorly during the debate, and the party switched to Kamala Harris, and there was genuine excitement.
So he got
built over a period of time.
He swept her.
And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump.
She couldn't get Wisconsin.
But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from.
She gets
because if we don't,
that's crazy.
In a selfish, partisan way, Democrats won't progress. And I don't think you can fly and soar as a great country unless you have both wings working together. And President Trump tonight, I'm going to be interested in that tone, Kayla. I was reminded of your words, reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remembered that story, and I hope and pray for the country tonight that President Trump, who has every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate.
Man, the country will be fine. everybody was worrying about Trump voters turning up, saying that they cheated. And the left would do their own little insidious things that they do. They're not gonna be all extra from a physical perspective and loud and acting crazy. To close this door. Yep, that is it. Let's see what we got. See, can I find some more commentary? Let's see if anybody conceded on the internet. It's over. It's over. That's why she said she wasn't going to Howard, because she getting ready to write that speech.
Kushner was such a presence on the trail.
That
His
she got
son-in-law,
to, that
Ivanka
she
Trump,
has to.
his daughter, Melania Trump, has been a rare presence on the campaign.
Yeah, so they got the internal numbers already. And I thought his daughter not showing up was going to hurt him. I guess it didn't.
Arm's length away from domestic politics here and have not been on the trail much. They may be
The bros got it.
And give some sort of big speech. They may line up as part of the family, but they have
the
not.
White man rules again, baby.
Let's not forget that 40-year-old
They're not letting it go.
served in the United States Senate for 2 years is on the precipice.
Well, we got RFK Jr.
The United States
in the administration. I ain't mad at that.
78 years old. So I mean, this is a moment.
Yeah. The one thing I'd say about the who would serve in the administration, I think this is actually a better opportunity for him coming back after the 4 years in between. Because normally when you have the second term, you just shuffle the chairs on the deck. You've got the number 2 person was really good, so we'll move them up to number 1, and maybe I'll move you over to another. He's cleaning house. I mean, the house got cleaned, and now he's able to rebuild the entire thing.
I think he will, but for example, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Do you think he says, you know what, I'll give you the FDA or the health department? I mean, yes, exactly.
Those are Senate confirmed, and so unless you went with an acting role,
Which he himself has said he doesn't mind having acting heads.
Well, I mean, I'll leave that to him. But what I'm also going to say though is that when it comes to whether it's in the national security space, in the all the other spaces, he's learned from that. I was there the moment he walked into the Oval Office for the first time as president, about 7 o'clock p.m. on January 20th, 2017. And most of the people we did not know because he wasn't the politician. Reince was doing all of this, who was the person of Washington, D.C. You're taking
about his former chief of staff, Reince Priebus,
And so now he's got that knowledge.
Well, and it's striking because so many of the people who served in his administration.
I want to know why they're not calling it though. They so shady.
So they won't be
on the left. Boy, they call the election is over, man.
Spent a fair amount of time talking about that, and recently
they did not show up for her. It's simple as that.
For example, a fascist. I do think it's worth zooming out a little bit and just
right. He's not a fascist. It's not the end of the world. The country will be fine.
He's only the second president in more than 100
years.
If
we made it through Bush,
to go back to the
White
House and serve non-consecutive
terms. I obviously was a fan. But 9/11, made through all kinds of stuff, housing crisis.
Of course, famously,
even if he's friends with Russia and China or whatever, it doesn't matter.
I think he's probably thinking about it from a policy standpoint.
Our country has systems and processes in place that you have to mostly follow anyway.
That if there's an area where they are in agreement on policy, he'll engage. If there's an area where he's in disagreement, he will.
She can't tell him nothing this time.
Or just quietly wait.
Third time's a charm, right?
Know that you've got actually another.
Look at that. Pennsylvania, Arizona, Michigan. He's up in Michigan +6 is crazy.
Influence another set of policymakers.
But there is a reason that he's seen so many of the people that worked under him leave and now speak ill of him. And so what does that mean for the future of
Fox News and called it. What they waiting for?
I think a lot of times you have to realize.
Why don't they call it? Let me go check CNN out. See what they say. They still
what your role is
playing games.
And this is one of the big disagreements I think we had in Washington D.C. and with the bureaucracy in general, is to provide advice, to provide consent, to provide your best recommendation.
I can't say that Elon and them didn't have an impact. I'm going to give them all credit.
And was elected by the people of America to be the president of the United States.
Claire, you had a thought, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think one of the things that a lot of people will be looking at.
They thought Tony Hinchcliffe was going to be the issue, the comedian guy at MSG at the big Klan rally.
Ethos in the military, especially in the leadership,
with
about
Jews
the
there and black people and
separation
everybody else there,
of
Hispanics there.
politics
I
in the
guess the Puerto
military.
Ricans didn't show up. I
And
need to get
Trump
DC
at
on this
times tried to
line.
blur that line and was frustrated, I think, because he could not get the military to do what
I want
he
to
thought
ask
they
him,
ought
where's
to
all those
do
Puerto
when they
Rican
ought
votes
to
at?
do it sometimes. So I think it will be interesting to see how the Pentagon handles this, because there are so many strong leaders in our military.
Wow,
And they have
CNN, they won't call the election. Fox
transferred
News
their
already
families
called
all
it.
over the world, and they have learned every part of military leadership.
What are they
And I
waiting?
think
Why? What?
there
See,
could
this
be
is
some
what I'm
bumps in
talking
the
about.
road as to how he handles the military and who he puts in charge.
Well, in his first term, there were a number of administration officials who were there because they
This
felt
race
as
is
though
over,
they could
and
say no to him.
CNN
They felt as though
and
they were protecting
MSNBC
the
would not
government.
call it.
And
That is so
by all
funny to me.
accounts, this will be a very
He's
different
going to win every
term.
state.
He was
That
doing
is
an interview with Sean
unbelievable.
Hannity, and Sean
Let me
Hannity
try to
asked him
call
if he would
DC
be a
one more
dictator,
time.
and
Let
he
me
said
come back
only
onto
on
the
day
line
one.
in a second.
And of course, some of his supporters said, look, that was hyperbole. It was a joke. But the reality is, I think this
I'm going to
administration
try to
will
call
look
him
a
one
lot
more
different.
time
There
at 2
will
in the
be
morning, see if he
people
wake up.
there
Come right
who will
back to the live.
support. And the question is how many will be able to question him, to challenge him. We know that he also has his eye on people like Governor Doug Burgum, Senator Marco Rubio, obviously Elon Musk, as we have discussed, as potential people who would return to a second administration.
To sort of put it super simply here, this is the case that Vice President Harris made for the duration of her 107-day campaign, which was that if Donald Trump gets back into office, her argument was that he would be potentially more dangerous in the first term, she said, because the people who acted as a check around him will be gone. And I think that's what we're talking about here. Who will be around him? Who will be those voices in his ear? Clearly, that is an argument that did not resonate with voters in Georgia. It did not resonate with voters in North Carolina. It did not resonate with Latino voters that we've been talking about, et cetera. But that is the case that she had been making and was trying to make, bringing up these cabinet officials.
Yeah, he got Pennsylvania. He got Michigan. He got Wisconsin. He got Arizona.
Chose to break apart.
Yeah, that's 300.
Listen,
like
the
you
House,
said, it is
the Senate
sending a message to the
Republican
our
now.
society that
This
this is who we want to trust now.
Again, we have not called it, but winning
And they got the
Pennsylvania, which
Senate.
would be essentially
They
all
got the
gains.
White House and the
Essentially the
Senate.
popular vote.
We're gonna need one more, and they already had the House
right?
already.
And
Mike,
we don't even know, could this be a sweep
Mike,
of the battlegrounds? That's a huge question mark too. So
Mike
listen, he has been very clear about his policies, the things he wants to put in place.
the
We talked
majority.
about tariffs. If he has a
Either.
Republican House and Senate, suddenly
Chuck
perhaps that
Schumer
makes
is
it
out
easier to
of there.
find the money that he will need, the enormous amount of money to carry out those mass deportations, for example. And so there are going to be some policy implications depending on which way Congress goes.
Well, I mean, Project 2025, which the former president has disavowed, but it has to be acknowledged, has folks who have worked for him and people that he has consulted with all over it. And there's a lot of talk in that document about getting rid of the so-called deep state.
Are they going to testify
Because
the election?
the
Hold on,
view
what
from
is
the
it?
Trump
Republican
campaign
House
and
at
the
the
Trump
album. Republicans up
way of thinking is that deep state, these are people that were an obstacle to what he wanted to do inside the administration. Mark, how seriously do you think he will take that?
Well, I think he will take. I
Kennedy's
don't
done.
think for the former president.
And they had 51.
We've got
Republicans might pick up another
an important call to
so it might
make
be
here.
54 when it's all said and done. I'm thinking.
Moments away from
I'm
calling one of the
being
key
told to stand
battlegrounds.
by. Yes, NBC News can now.
Are they ready to announce that it's official? It's over? Suggested once it's
That
there we
Donald
go.
Trump will win in the state
All right,
of
NBC, you
Pennsylvania.
slow.
19 electoral votes.
You there. That's it.
Here's where it stands right now. Donald Trump out in front, difference of 188,000 votes, 95% of the vote in Pennsylvania, and that goes in the Donald Trump column.
And with that, it's expected that he needs 270 votes he need. I see you puzzling over there. It's because of Nebraska. Yeah.
That's it.
You're going, okay, am I going crazy?
Donald Trump.
We haven't called
He is the president.
And that's why it's 266. But once Alaska gets called and Nebraska, you can see former President Trump, he had to get to 270. He's likely to get to 272, if not higher. We still haven't called Wisconsin or Michigan as well, but he is on his way. NBC News projecting him on his way back to the White House.
And we were told he is perhaps a minute away now from coming on the stage at the campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach and to make his remarks to the crowd. The crowd very silent right now. I'm not quite sure what they're listening to, but they have been partying for quite some time.
Well, this is history. Not since Grover Cleveland in the 1880s have we seen a president return to office after that gap. So a second term after a gap of time. 4 years later, Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States, as he was the 45th president of the United States, with the convincing sweep of several battleground states. Several battleground states still not decided, but the magic number of 270 electoral votes has been reached, and we will have many hours and days to talk about the coalition that he put together. But this is the scene at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, as Donald J. Trump once again will assume the presidency on January 20th. The United States Senate will be in Republican hands. Democrats have lost control of the Senate, and the fate of the House of Representatives, currently in Republican hands, also in question. Democrats need 4 seats to pick up to get control of the House.
That's why she didn't go to House.
On Republican power, but it may well be that they sweep the House as well.
Boots.
So we have set the scene for you. This long campaign is over, and we await the former president to make his remarks.
Tom, to be clear, how does he get to 270 now? He's at 266.
Yeah, so right now he's at 266. If we fill in, and let me see, because sometimes when we get to a certain point,
he's going to take Michigan.
Fill in some.
There is no blue wall
here, but wins Alaska, and then we go back. In Maine, there's a congressional district in Maine that we're still waiting on. You can see Maine is not filled out yet. There's a congressional district in Maine. Once he gets there, he'll get past 270, or he'll get right to 270, and that's where he'll stand tonight. And when we hit 2024, he'll likely get to 272 again. And we haven't called Wisconsin and Michigan, so it could grow from there. But as Savannah mentioned, he got to 270. That's the magic number. We're projecting that Pennsylvania is a win for former President Trump. He is headed back to the White House.
This is all, of course, assuming that Alaska and Nebraska and the Maine district go the way that we expect them to go. So just to, I think Tom is making an excellent point. We haven't that magic 270 number just yet, but with the win in Pennsylvania here, the thing I'm looking for, a couple of things. What is the Harris campaign going to say and do now? Because the last that we heard from them, of course, it was Cedric Richmond.
You say you write your concession speech and you keep it moving.
Listen, we've got the blue wall. We're going to wait and see turnout in Philadelphia. We have now called Pennsylvania. That is incredibly significant here. And so do we hear from, if not her, as we don't expect to, the campaign tonight? And then obviously, what are we going to hear when former President Trump himself takes the stage there down in Palm Beach?
And will she call him to concede? I mean, that's my question.
She's already called him.
Rewind back to 2016. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton did, in fact, call Donald Trump that night to concede.
And the next morning she came before the cameras. It was, I believe, late morning, if memory serves. She did. And I think the Democratic, the leaders have signaled that she will address the country tomorrow. And they certainly could read the tea leaves and saw which way this was headed. And so, we believe and project that he will reach at least the 270 votes that he needs.
Well, and I remember talking to John Podesta in 2016 and saying,
the progressives are going to have a good time blaming Liz Cheney and blaming that she moved to the middle and she used Liz Cheney. They're going to blame all that.
Did Harris
they definitely be blaming Liz Cheney.
Speech, or is that part of what she's thinking? What exactly?
Well, I mean, going into a night where the polls showed 49-49. I mean, I think
maybe someone wrote a concession.
I think you wouldn't be blamed for being presumptuous to go out and write a.
For all the talk about the 2016 vibes, and I'm sure it's in your text messages as well, yours, that this feels a lot like that. There is a distinction here, and I defer, of course, to the former Hillary Clinton campaign correspondent. But there was, in some ways, an air of inevitability around Hillary Clinton that just didn't exist around Kamala Harris. She was
screaming like crazy,
on the top of this
talking
ticket
crazy
6
about
months ago,
Trump,
right? So there is it was a very different vibe coming into this. She
Get them
talked about it.
streams
Her
fired up
campaign
right
cast her
now
as the underdog here in this race, not as the sort of heir apparent, if you will. So there are some distinctions here.
By the way, this is the third straight election in which it appears that pollsters have underestimated the Trump vote. I mean, we will see. We don't have all the numbers here, and we can all do the comparison, but it does
they overestimated Kamala's
maybe it's not a polling miss, because those were, in most of these battlegrounds, dead ties and within the margin of error. And if it's in the margin of error, it's not a polling miss. But there's no question, Tom, that in the counties that you have now memorized, that will be haunting you to the last of your days, that he was outperforming and getting new voters to the polls and squeezing out more voters, especially in those rural districts.
We were looking in all those battleground states, and the pattern that we kept seeing was that he kept overperforming in the rural areas. She was underperforming Biden in those urban areas, in the blue counties she needed to win. I was signaling you, Savannah, because one thing I don't know if you guys have talked about it yet, but
it's not him, it's her.
former President Trump goes back to the White House.
It's just that simple.
The Supreme Court.
The Democratic Party and her campaign ran a mirage campaign, just like they did with Hillary.
And if he's reelected, it
I
looks
mean,
like
you have to do it that way, because you can't say, well, we just not gonna get these votes. You got to really, you do have to sell it.
Republicans are going to be thinking about.
Well, and here's the other point to remind people of: the Supreme Court issued a ruling that gave him immunity from all official acts.
I wonder if my man Mark Herbrand, I wonder if he y'all post anything on Twitter, maybe somebody's on Twitter or something. They need to get live, man.
Battles, and was also convicted.
He's got a
November 26th sentencing date.
So there will be a lot of questions about how all of that will.
There are two state cases. The sentencing case, the sentencing is in the New York State case, and then there are two federal cases which will functionally
So two-way,
if
the
he
two-way
took
run
office and
anything.
was still going, he could
Let me see what
pardon
they
himself. He could have a different attorney general. I mean, there's a million. They're gone. They're just gone.
Yeah, and remember, he also said he would free all of the January 6th convicts. We'll have to see how
Oh,
that
that's
works.
right. They're all getting out of jail.
Jack Smith on
They're
day
all
one.
they getting out of jail.
Deportation force, which he has promised to start on day one. So we'll have to see how that all unfolds.
It's
It was
interesting
very
to
clear
think about what Judge Merchan in New York State Court will do with the sentencing date.
And for the last several years, we've been told every Republican hates Donald Trump, and that this never Trumper is kind of the mood of the country. That's clearly not what we saw tonight. And I think that I don't have any faith that they will correct. They will make excuses as to why they got this wrong, but they won't in any way try to correct themselves, because I don't.
Will not.
That's where they are. They'll double down.
Sean, when you say they'll double down, what do you think that looks like?
Well, I mean, look, I think part of the, you look at NBC News, part of the reason that Chuck Todd got pushed out was that I don't think that they felt he was progressive enough. So they brought in somebody in Kristen Welker, who I think, wanted, the more anti-Trump you were, the more that you were appeasing their audience. So they're going to say that their audience doesn't want them to acknowledge this Trump voter, and they've conditioned them to accept that that's not a reality. So they're going to find other people. They'll find some more never Trumpers that can explain this, but they're not going to try to correct this in any way by bringing in new voices, right? That's just not going to happen. I think you're going to see a double down where they try to explain, gosh, it was Iran, it was China, it was Russia with Iran, but they're not going to admit that they got it wrong or that they need new voices.
Yeah, they got it
right.
wrong.
This is just not part of their thing. They could have done that in the last 4 years, and they chose not to.
What do you think happens, Sean, in his criminal sentencing coming up?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. So I don't know. I imagine that this is really good news for him on that front as well. But there's going to be a delta between, obviously the election tonight and January 20th when he's sworn in. So what do they try to do then? Does the DOJ? I just don't know the protocols, to be honest with you. And I think we're in a really uncharted territory. I mean, there's no case where it says, what do you do with a president-elect who had been a former president that had been convicted or was awaiting trial and something? I think we're in uncharted territory.
I think we'll see a Biden, Hochul, Kemp endorsement of a joint effort, pardoning Hunter, pardoning Trump.
I was going to say, I think there might be some grand bargain where it's like, hey, Trump, you do this, we're going to do this for the good of the country, a la, Ford post Nixon.
Yeah, pardoning them all. Again, Sean, just taking advantage of the fact that you're somewhat rested in your expertise. It's 2 a.m. Donald Trump loves television producing and event producing. What he knows that this audience is not going to be as big as it might be, but how do you think he's thinking about the metrics of success for this speech?
The funny thing is, having been with him in 2016 when we had this happen, I think he just wants he knows that there's going to be plenty more to come. So tonight, I think you look at this, the amount of people that are there. Obviously, he's going from Mar-a-Lago to that West Palm Convention Center. He's excited to give this speech. I mean, there's no question about it. And I think, as we talked about, the prospect of winning the popular vote is going to be a huge thing in the back of his head. So I think he's going to be excited. And I think it's sort of evolving. I think he knows that there'll be another bite at the apple when it comes to addressing the country and an inauguration speech, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't think he's like, hey, if I put this off, I'll get a bigger thing in the morning. I mean, I think he just wants to claim victory.
Dan, what do you think if Hakeem Jeffries is the speaker? How do you think he approaches a relationship with Donald Trump?
Oh, he's going to be under a lot of pressure to be the resistance. I think this will be a really interesting move because I think there'll be one part of the party that's going to say, we got our butts kicked and we need to make some changes. You're going to have, if indeed they've held the House, I'm assuming, I don't know how many Trump districts they'll have won in. And those members will not want confrontation. But the base is going to want to fire up subpoena power. They're going to want to hold hearings and not cooperate. And so I think Hakeem Jeffries is young. Hakeem Jeffries wants to remain in this job. And Hakeem Jeffries is fairly cautious. Harris being so cautious, probably not what Democrats want to hear, but he has.
Since y'all gonna clink your champagne glasses, goddamn it, we're gonna clink ours too. And we're gonna bring that black coalition together in a way that
here's what I think. Here's what I think. What has to happen. To be frankly honest, most of the folks who are in the black media space don't give a shit. No, I'm just letting you know. It's tough talk. No, we were in Philadelphia last night. We were the only black media outlet on the dais, on the rise.
Oh God, bro! Nobody cares about what you. Man, I don't want to hear that. Talking about nothing.
He's going to face enormous pressure.
A lot of abortion right amendments did make it through.
I think there'll be one part of the party that's going to say, we got our butts kicked and we need to make some changes. You're going to have, if indeed they've held the House, I'm assuming, I don't know how many Trump districts they'll have won in, and those members will not want confrontation. But the base is going to want to fire up subpoena power. They're going to want to hold hearings and not cooperate. And so I think Hakeem Jeffries is young. Hakeem Jeffries wants to remain in this job. And Hakeem Jeffries is fairly cautious. Harris being so cautious, probably not what Democrats want to hear, but he has rarely jumped out and taken a bold action. And so I'll be very curious.
The Daymaker Pet by Public Rec. More comfortable than jeans, more stylish.
Historic night. I can't believe it. When I first started, I see this happen was Florida. I sent Andrew a message. I was like, it's happening. I said, I see it. I see the trend.
And I told you to stay frosty. I was like, I could see it in your eyes. And I was like,
the gratitude that we have for
I feel it, but I don't know.
The gratitude that we have for our entire team. We've got literally hundreds and hundreds of people between Turning Point USA over the years that some have come and gone. We have thousands of people that have worked for us. Hundreds of people that are at each organization. We literally
you have an alum that's sitting in Congress.
We have alum that are running for Congress, sitting in Congress. We have people that are now in state legislatures across the country. Just couldn't be more grateful for the hard work and perseverance of our grassroots activists that we have every day. And I hope that for those that are listening that are at home with their families, that are our Turning Point chapter leaders that we have at USA, our Turning Point Action coalition leaders that are watching this, you are emboldened to do more. that we can do more, that we've got a long road ahead of us here, and we need you. We need you to step up, and we need to keep punching back 10 times harder.
Amen. All right, email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Donald Trump is going to take the stage in this historic way. I mean, Jack, what's
like they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt, and they were hoping
cry, Van.
this time, one of their own could be seen as worthy. And once again,
I can't do it.
Facing rejection.
I can't do it. I can't do Van Jones, man. It's just that dude is an absolute clown. I don't know what they hired him to do that for or what that's about. It's just weird. Charlie Kirk is on Twitter. Let me do this. Let me do it from here just because I get hit. Try to strike me or something. Let's go here. Share. And let's see what Charlie Kirk. They've been working hard, man. They've been working hard.
The original White House. And I kind of have that in my mind of all those action items that now need to be executed on, every single one of them. And we're going to, and we're going to have to. And Congress is going to listen or else. And it's simple as that. And for all the people who said we couldn't do it, where are you at now? Where are you at now? Because I know where we are. 1610. Where are you?
Can we just say also thank you, of course, to the Lord, but Elon Musk. I think Elon was the game changer, man. I think Elon, from buying Twitter, he allowed the information
ecosystem. This thing delayed?
Elon Musk and Joe Rogan was heroic. Dana White was heroic. I mean, just the right people stepped up.
And he put all this money into
Pennsylvania. And it worked.
What's amazing is that not only do we have this list, but look at the team we have. Right, America looked at the team and said, "I want to hire them."
Our side is ascendant right now, man.
It's
wow.
Let me close out of this stuff. Is my audio still messed up, or is it better? Test. Somebody let me know. Thumbs up. Something. Give me a 1 in the chat if I'm clear. Oh, I keep forgetting Trump is an old man too. He's like 80. That's what makes it hilarious, even. But he got the young Padua. Their audios and stuff. Someone let me know if I'm clear. I'm coming through clear. I want to get back to Charlie Kirk. We are here, baby. I love this country. I love how this all plays out, man. It just doesn't get better than this. Let's see. Let me share. Let me try to share this again.
Now take it. Become a member, guys. Members.charliekirk.com. Enjoy this.
Is he coming out? Is that him out? Let me get off this. Am I delayed a little bit? You're delayed. Yeah, I think he's coming out now. But all these streams are delayed. Let me get back on Charlie Kirk because he got it early. Where is it at? We are here, baby. I wonder is Ivanka gonna show up though? Is that look at Dana. They're like, yeah, buddy, we in the mix, baby. I don't think did Ivanka show up? Is she still ducking? I've heard this song played 40 million times in the last 3 months. Where's Ivanka at, though? I don't know if it's Ivanka and they back in the White House. That's crazy. I love it. The Democrats are gonna be freaking out. They already freaking. They probably popping pills and contemplating suicide, probably. I know Trump is like, boy, I am not going to jail. I don't have to spend no more money. All right, there we go. Let me get to the other screen. It's a little bit better.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, Detroit down to Houston.
That's right. I'm gonna definitely get me some coffee. Oh, Trump.
Proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that life to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to Make America great again. Oh, and in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden, right? Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This was unexpected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. He's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago. And I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. Now he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory.
DC scared. He's scared to come on the street. No, I'm joking. I think he might be in the bed sleep or something. I don't know. I don't know. I've called him 5 times. I've been calling one more time and see can I get him to wake up. See can he explain himself and his overconfidence. Overconfidence. You always got to be cautious, man, when we're in the mix, man. It's been 9 years of this, and yeah, we got to take it, man. We got to take it. It is what it is.
And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen any young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
On MSNBC, man, they're still trying. I think this is a live feed. Rachel Maddow and MSNBC. Yeah, they're trying. She's not winning. I don't know why they keep. I mean, she's literally just on her saying that. Well, he's still at 266. He's still at 266. He hasn't won yet. I'm like, come on, MSNBC, you got to get off of this, man. You got to get off of it. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Oh, look at Vivek. Vivek is like, man, I should have been the VP. But I'm guessing he's going to get a job, I would assume. It's going to be very, very exciting, very, very interesting. I cannot wait. For January 20th, man, and get things rolling. I cannot wait to see what RFK can do if they really let him shake up the CDC and the FDA and USDA, and I want to really see what can be done in 4 years. It really won't even be that long. I want to see. Now, Trump made a claim that he can end the war. as president-elect. He is president-elect. Let's see what he does with Russia and Ukraine. Let's see what he does in Israel. Let's see how North Korea reacts, how China reacts. Be very, very, and just domestically, can he get prices down? Can we drill and pump out more oil? Can we bring anything back to this country on any kind of real scale? I'm here for it, man. I'm here for it. If you can do America first from your perspective and get it done, I'm all here for it. But we'll see. He gave a very gracious speech. It will not last. It will not last. The moment you're disobedient, he's gonna turn all the way up. So we're gonna see, though. We're gonna see. He's gonna have his people this time, so there's no excuses. It's gonna be his cabinet. He knows how the sausage is made now, so he can put his people in charge, and it won't be, the traditional people that he actually put in there, really the swamp people, as he would call it. So now he got his folks. So let's see what happens. Definitely an impressive race. Did a phenomenal job. Got it done. His supporters, and it's so funny because I think when we go through each of the swing states, we're gonna find out that I'm not sure if he truly overperformed. If he overperformed, maybe slightly. We're gonna find out. Let me see. I'm looking at something right now. Michigan, 58, 53. So he is overperforming in Michigan. She's underperforming in Cobb County. Yeah. So he did get a bump there. We're gonna go through those numbers though. Hopefully in the next maybe 5 or 6 days, when it all settles, I want to go through all the states and just see did he ultimately overperform, and she underperformed. So she couldn't even match it. She couldn't even match Joe Biden numbers. It's a prediction. Again, some of the best of the best. Obviously, who knows what's behind them, but and I'm thinking that he's going to win in the margin of error. So all the prognosticators are going to make a claim that, well, we had it in the 3 to 5% range. It could go either way. So they're gonna live with that, I guess, as a success.
To the counting process, that the next batch, the second batch of mail ballots that will be loaded and posted,
and
scheduled
trust me,
to 11:55 p.m. That will be tens of thousands of ballots. They're still working through it, so narrowing that number down any further.
This is basically 2016 all over again, really.
But it will be tens of thousands of mail ballots that will be posted at 11:55.
Like I told DC, if he wins, or if he gets Georgia and North Carolina, he's gonna roll. If she gets Georgia, at least one of the two, then she's going to have a much better chance. That means that people are actually coming out. They didn't show up at the end of the day. So I don't know what they've been looking at all this time. Or if they just been running propaganda for the last 101 days. Then it was something there, because these numbers are going to be worse than Joe's numbers from 2020.
Thanks so much. Let's go to the other side.
And again, it was a pandemic, so I always caveat that for 2020. So it's hard to tell what people are going to do that next cycle, because you just don't know. You only have the 2016 data, and it's 2016 all over again, basically. But the difference this time is that he won the popular vote. I mean, that's crazy. I definitely wouldn't have jumped out on that. Winning the popular vote and winning, and I wonder, did Elon Musk truly have the impact? Did the podcaster have the impact? Did the internet truly have the impact this cycle?
We're at 89% reported. I believe by midnight we should be around 98. And to clarify, just about all the mail-ins have been reported by now. All the mail-ins that we have will be counted and tabulated this evening. The only thing that it will not be, or any military.
I just hope the Democrats don't do nothing weird, man, and try to do anything. Just take the L. I can't believe MSNBC would not call this racial. That is insane to me. And I would assume that Fox News would do the same thing in reverse, but I don't know. Maybe they would. But I'm gonna tell you something. When she left, when she left and went home, went back to the VP mansion or wherever she went. I mean, they clearly know internally, in the internal polls are saying that she's not going to win anything.
They've gotten really good at this since 2020. I mean, we posted our first batch of approximately 186,000 mail-in ballots by 8:02, and by law in PA, we're not allowed to post any results before 8 o'clock.
Is there anything we can look to get a clearer picture? So they'll see more results from the precincts of today's in-person votes. You have to remember they have to take the memory card, drive it in. It's
Carolina, another battleground. Donald Trump still in the lead there with 50.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris.
Yeah, we got with all the numbers to sort of settle to see.
Donald Trump has a more than 138,000 vote lead over.
Let me
Kamala
find
Harris.
is anybody else streaming Harris? I'm not speaking tearful support for. I tell you one thing, I'm glad to not go to the city to hang out, man.
Harris has a more than 40,000 vote lead
to document that event.
With 1/3, 33% of the vote.
And I said I'm not moving until somebody wins Georgia.
Jake, just going through some of these counties in Pennsylvania again. Joe Biden won the state. Let's go back and show you it. 81,000 votes, right? His birth state. He's from Delaware now.
Let's see if anybody streaming.
That was one of the things that helped him is because he was.
That I want to hear from. Maybe I get back to Charlie Kirk.
So where are we now in 2024? I was just looking at here. This is Lackawanna County. This is where Joe Biden was born. Scranton, Pennsylvania. You say, well, the vice president's winning. It was 51%.
Time to move on.
48, right? So again,
on to the next election, man.
Margins within some of these counties can matter. She's at 51. Joe Biden 4 years ago was at 54.
Get the numbers, do the autopsy, and on to the next one.
Deal. You look at the margin there. You say, oh, that's only 9,000 votes, right? But if you're trying now, you're trying to make up this lead, right? That's 3,000 votes, a little less than that, a little more than that, maybe 3,000 votes. The reason it matters is you're trying to make up 173,000 votes, right? So when
I don't think Charlie's alive anymore. I'm guessing. There's no like he's alive.
Come over here. This is Luzerne County. This is Trump country, Pennsylvania. Harris getting 42%, 43 if you want to round that up. Trump at 57. Again, 43 for the vice president, 42. So there she's competing, not so bad. There. So you're just looking for the pieces.
Let's see what's trending.
County, 65 for Trump. 4 years ago.
Yeah, I think everybody pulled their strings. I think everybody's burnt. They done got burnt out.
Blue collar workers, high school educated workers. You want to check back in here? Lehigh County vice president getting 52%. It's a little bit out here. Again, you're looking for population centers now. This is the 10th largest of the 67 counties. If you're the Harris campaign,
for Donald Trump is
everybody's leaving out.
Re-elected president.
Oh, BBC won't call it either.
Governing and doing what
they're hilarious, man.
Somewhat easier. Gary O'Donoghue, our correspondent, is at.
I see that he is. Are they live in Phoenix? They're not live either.
We've got passion, we've got determination. Like, and if we set our sights on something, you better believe it's happening.
Oh, Kanaki Cam. Oh man, I wish I would have. I wish I. How long have they been running this? Michigan, 80% in. She getting killed in Michigan by 7 points. That's crazy. That is crazy. So he had like a little stream going the whole time. I wish I would have found that earlier. Popular vote difference of wow, he got 5. Oh, that's right. They're still counting though. We'll see what the total number is, but at least up until this moment, he has the popular vote. But you know what? I figured that number would be a little bit higher than that. What's the total? 63 to 68. What's the math on that? 83 is 11. Carried to 112. 13, 138. I thought it'd be more people voting than that though. That's interesting. They still count votes though, so I guess we have a good number of some days coming up. I can't believe MSNBC would not call this race. That is just insane. $68, 51 to 47. What did he win by? What is that? 5.3? 8, 9, 4 points, roughly. Won by 4 points. That's pretty strong though. 51%. It's pretty strong. Popular vote, 5 million difference. Yeah, they got the seat. $64 on call. I think they're getting the house too. They're taking the whole thing. We're in MAGA country, baby. I'm trying to see can I get some more people streaming on here, but I don't see anybody else. Tell you one thing, CNN, MSNBC, the business people at MSNBC are extremely excited. Because they are going to make so much money in the next 4 years. It's going to be crazy. Oh, they're Charlie Kirk, bro. They back. They backed up. Let me stream this.
Oh, nothing's going on. Bob Brady, he says that every year that, oh man, great big turnout. Never seen anything like it. Big turnout. Never seen anything like it. And it was a fugazi. It was a total fugazi.
That's right. It was a fugazi.
That she was likable in any way.
That's right.
And that
they sold it.
Could be one or Wisconsin. And Wisconsin, I got some phone calls early on, like really early on, saying we think Wisconsin looks good in terms of the Rust Belt. And that was something that I know gave a lot of people, we didn't say it publicly, but we knew that there was kind of an ace up the sleeve with Wisconsin, something just really bright in the early numbers that were coming out. And then Michigan was always Michigan and PA were always the real questions. But then to see PA come across the finish line first, I mean, that just set the dominoes in motion.
Man, it's so surreal that
it's absolutely surreal.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
It's a mandate. This is an actual mandate.
I literally feel like Charlie. I mean, we have been thinking about this for years, and the amount of work that went into like just Wisconsin, for example, and I think what the outcome that we're going to see, and there's been so many good people that have been on the ground, so many grassroots, so many people are here right now in hotels that are sticking around to help us continue to chase. It's a lot of work that goes into these things, and we're going to have to do more. Because if we think they're just going to go away,
no, this is huge. This is massive. So,
well, got to put a cabinet together now.
That's what I'm texting about right now. Actually,
got to do a whole bunch.
I'm
of things.
texting with a certain individual that it's going to be a heartbeat away from the presidency. So.
Well, that's not a cabinet position.
No, this is a bicameral position.
No,
not bicameral. It's the unitary executive theory.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody. We by the way, popular vote is up to 1.4. Almost no chance that Kamala keeps on to the popular vote. That is I can't, Blake. That's such a big deal.
That's monumental. You'll see. You could find smug liberals on the internet who would just talk about how the GOP had become a permanent minority party, that before this year, the only time we'd won the popular vote
was
since 1988 was in 2004. Bush beats Kerry by a little bit, and then he falls apart shortly after. We'd lost twice with Clinton. We lost Bush's first time. He lost to Gore the popular vote, and then twice with Obama, twice with Trump. Even when you win elections, it was not with a majority of the popular vote or with a plurality. And now that's blown to smithereens, and it's not even because of some really fluky turnout figures. I think you're seeing a really fascinating realignment that Trump was significantly stronger with young voters, where they would just project out into the future. Oh, young voters are going to be 70+% Dem forever. That he did way better with the Hispanic vote when they're saying, oh, they're becoming more common. They'll just be 70% Dem forever. Black voters, we'll just say they're going to be 92% Dem forever. And he's really dismantled each of those myths. And I think it's so fitting that he did that while the left was trying to play all of that up, that they would say, oh, he's a sexist, he's a fascist, he's this ultra racist. I mean, Kamala Harris, her closing argument, they literally went on stage and said that Donald Trump would commit genocide.
Yes,
that
that's
was an
correct.
outrageous thing for them to
Yes,
do.
and that was their And by the way, the American people in every state are rejecting that. Illinois, just so we're clear, my home state of Illinois. Have you seen this?
Yeah.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
We're gonna lose it by 8.
I mean, like, guys, Illinois with a little bit of work,
I told you,
it's a
remember when I was
battleground state in like a decade.
All you do is if you
I
make
texted Charlie as soon as the first numbers came out. I was like, wait, this is like kind of funny.
I mean, but mind you, Chicago, I don't think has totally come in yet.
Yeah,
but
true. That's what's left. But like, if all you have to do is take Hispanics in Chicago, take Hispanics in New York, and make them shift as much as the ones in Florida and Texas have, and suddenly there's so many states that were shifted beyond our reach are vastly more in play again. So many House districts are in play again.
There's a really important practice that we have to continue, which is outreach to the union members. And this is one of the things that I personally studied. I studied Russian, and one of the things that Russian history, one of the things that Lenin hated more than anything in the world were unions, and because communism does not align with unions at all.
Right.
Unions are something that exists within a free society.
Well, it was unions that in Poland that overthrew communism,
and the communists hate it. Marxists hate unions, and we have to expose that like crazy over the course of the next 4 years so that we can create some kind of permanence that's a post, whatever the president leaves us with that, right? Which we got so lucky to be able to escalate that so quickly, because that alone will be able to turn the tide in America for a long time with what Charlie talks about all the time with the muscular class, the working class, the blue collar, really turning back America to what it should be.
There's another through line on all this that, people have been calling it the podcast election. And there was one candidate that chose to do podcasts and one candidate.
Well, no, but hold on. This is a very important thing. Podcasts, if you can ball in podcasts, you have depth and understanding, and you have that's a big deal.
Yes,
and that means you're not a politician. You can go a level deeper. Am I explaining that? It's like 3 Eastern, right? I mean, we've been streaming for 10 hours. Does that make sense?
Like they would say that those are fake, yet it's like 3 hours. 3 hours on Joe Rogan. 3 hours on Joe Rogan is longer than any interview you'd have to do on a major cable network. It's an hour longer or more than any interview that you'll do on ABC or MSNBC or on Fox.
It would expose anyone. It's the great exposure, because if you have no depth, maybe you can get through some like pre-recorded, pre-memorized statements in one of these interviews, which she was not able to do, by the way. But in a conversational format, you have to actually have grasp of the underlying issues.
Yeah, and they'll say that like it's empty, but it's not true. You could watch the Joe Rogan interviews, and he grills Trump on topics like, and Vance as well. He grilled both of them on topics like abortion, as tough as anyone on CNN would. And you could see in the comments, I remember one of the things that made me feel best going into this was when the JD Vance Rogan interview went up a few days ago, and you just looked on YouTube, you could see the comments and people saying, wait, this guy's great. I've had to hear all these terrible things about him, but he's clearly a good dude. He's a serious dude. He can talk about the issues incredibly well. And I've had to hear how he's awful the whole time, and it was all full of garbage.
And it's not just the format, but it's also that America has chosen this format. So America does want someone who's willing to do that. But it's also that so many more Americans are getting their news from these sources now that I think the legacy media is broken. This is the election that breaks the back of the legacy media, 100%. Because how can you say that a candidate has to go through them anymore? You just don't. I mean, Donald Trump has obviously a lot of celebrity, a lot of name ID, all of this, but it just shows that this quote unquote, the disinformation ecosystem that they wanted to label all of us is not that at all. We're just new media. We are new media. We exist. We're not going anywhere. And America has chosen us over you.
By the way, the amount of I just want to say two things here. Glory be to God. Thank you, Jesus, for your grace. I'm not saying just like I can't comprehend. This is not something we did. We just happened right place, right time. But the amount. Secondly, Tyler, I'm on my 10th hour stream. The amount of rhinos texting me right now is unbelievable.
Sorry, Charlie.
I have four different senators texting me, congratulating me. I'm like, I didn't win anything.
I texted Charlie. It was like almost immediate, like all the suck up messages that have been existing, because people realized that we weren't crazy what we were talking about with all this, and people are seeing the numbers in Arizona too, and anyone that
slowly, that's actually going to be a good long burn.
Anyone that has a head on their shoulders is going to realize, and we're going to have this.
In some ways, Richard's giving us kind of like a couple
spotlight.
He's giving us,
Thank you, Steven. You're giving us that extra spotlight that's not going to get overshadowed by tonight, because people are going to be able to see what kind of work ethic we've put into this state. And quite frankly, I mean, like we said, we'll probably end up chasing around 200,000 ballots, and almost certainly, I think Trump will probably end up exceeding that. But we'll see where the Kerry Lake situation ends up. But I think there's a clear pathway. We're going to do the work that's required, and we're going to keep working. And the people, like Charlie's saying, are recognizing it. This is a very healthy thing, because there's been a shadowy element that's existed within the Republican atmosphere for the last 50 years or so, 40 years for sure, that has really done a disservice to the party. And it's time for change. And it's time for people realizing what we need to do in order to win.
By the way, NBC won't call it because they're worried about Alaska.
Oh, he's only leading by 16 points with
stupid.
2/3 of the vote in.
So stupid. Murkowski should step down. I hope. What does the Begich race look like right now?
Oh, is that the Senate race?
The congressional.
Congressional. All right. House race in Alaska. Come on, load thing. All right, he's up 5%. He's not up. It's how much? It's closer there.
How much does he have?
He is leading by about 12,000 votes.
No, that's not what I. How much?
State that he lost in 2020 had carried by this much in 2016. So it's a question.
They gotta call it. They won't call it.
That looks very close, especially with that vote by mail absentee to come out of Milwaukee. You see the margin there in Michigan, the Michael Wayne. You see the possibility of Maine plus Alaska getting Trump there. Arizona and Nevada, we're just at that point now where we don't get a ton more, and then it starts coming out incrementally over days. You see New Hampshire here, but they're very, very slow counting with the remainder of the vote there. Trump 4.5 points down, 30,000 votes right there. You don't expect that to suddenly hit 100% anytime soon. So it's kind of what we're waiting on to get to that official moment. And just one other thing I would point out here, flip this over and show you the national popular vote at this point, because Donald Trump, you can see here, has a lead of more than 5 million in the national popular vote. Now, we've been here in 2020 and 2016, and we say, well, California is going to take a while to come in. It's going to be massive for the Democrats. Of course, they'll win the popular vote. That looks very close, especially with that vote by mail.
It was okay for Black humans to be shadow in this country. And I'm saying this from the perspective we have to survive. But what I'm hoping for is we have to stop going in the street and protesting. I actually want us to thrive. I want, as a Black woman, for me not to encounter weathering, which came out in a study a year and a half ago that says my internal cellular structure is deteriorating because of effing racism. So I say all that. We do need a rest. And then after we rest, after we have our Sabbath, we got to strategize.
Greg, thank you, Roland. And I always say we got to support the Black Star Network now more than ever.
Service, he cares about the world. I must say that. Say thank you to this man. Yes. Who would have ever thought that the guy from Poland would come on election night to comment on Donald Trump's victory?
Yeah.
Come on. Come on. Trump, 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 Trump. Yes, we need a fire. We need to have a beautiful time because we worked. You work on that very hard. You, all of us, because we love freedom. We want to be safe and successful. And you, Patrick, You are a great example. Thank you.
I love it. I
Thank you, man.
appreciate it. Thank you for that. Very
Yes.
kind words. I
So,
want to show you this clip.
why do we
Dominic,
love
let me
Trump
do this.
in Poland?
Let me show you the clip first.
Yeah.
Let me show you the clip first. Guys, this is poetry. This is
Legitimize the election. They're going to try it. It's not going to work.
Well, I would just say, like, use history as a guide, right? So, well, first off, your point about Joe Biden. Look, Joe Biden, this could happen any minute. Joe Biden is so far past the point of being incapacitated for the job that Joe Biden is so old and senile that at any moment he might be removed. I mean this. That could happen anytime.
They already said he's crazy.
They already have the power of the presidency. So if Kamala got the power of the presidency, I don't think that changes the equation drastically. But I look at what happened last time. When he won the election in 2016, essentially what they did, right, was that, I mean, they had been spying on
how accepting he has been of the never Trumpers. And this idea is that it's unity. No, they weren't with you in 2016. They weren't with you in 2020. They weren't with you in 2024. They were with DeSantis. And then at the very end, they're like, oh, never mind, we're with you. And he's suddenly making time for these like war hawk neocons.
Such as who?
And I think it is an insult, genuinely. It is an insult.
Who are you talking
So,
about? Like specific?
I mean, like, I could name a ton of people, but I'll let Dave do that.
Mike Pompeo, David Friedman. Those are two to start with right there.
And so when you see that, you're going, is that all it takes? It's just a little bit of flattery? Like they've been against you they literally, these people were willing to have Hillary Clinton be the president of the United States rather.
The Constitution, Declaration of Independence, that wasn't democracy. Black men couldn't vote. Human beings couldn't vote. Women couldn't vote. Black folks couldn't vote. I mean, if you were not a white man who owned land, you couldn't vote. So there's been a constant effort to change this country, to change its values. So what you've seen tonight is this country has decided that, you know what, Trump, those are our values. In fact, he's actually poised to win the popular vote. Wow. When you look at states like New York, New Jersey, Harris barely wins those states. Lower margins than when Biden did. When you look at the numbers, look at what the country decided. The country's decided, we don't mind if you lead an insurrection. We're good. We don't mind if you steal classified documents and lie about it and don't return them. We're good. We don't mind if you cheat with your company. We're good. Because you're going to bring back the good old days. It's going to be fabulous. The fact of the matter is, Trump inherits an economy fixed by Democrats. And he's going to immediately claim credit for all of it. He's going to say, oh, it came back all because I'm coming back. But do understand, you better pay attention when he lets Elon Musk run amok in the federal government. You better be scared to death when he literally lets Robert F. Kennedy be in control of science and health. Oh, you better bring back the mask and everything else, because it's about to be a lot more people who ain't vaccinated. And when polio comes back and some of these other diseases that we conquered a long time ago come back, because you've got a crazed, deranged, anti-vaccine person in charge? Well, there you go. Oh, please say hello to white nationalist Stephen Miller. Oh, he's back. Steve Bannon, oh, he's back. And do understand, all of the same people you had before who served as guardrails, they won't be there. You truly are going to have a cabinet, an administration of zealots, of individuals who have no business holding on to power. And so America got what it wanted tonight, and America is going to get what it deserves. So let me say this right now to all of you white farmers in Michigan, in Wisconsin, in Indiana, in Iowa, when he drops his tariffs and all of y'all asses go broke, I don't want to hear shit. Because hashtag, we tried to tell you. And to all y'all people who blame the Biden-Harris administration for an awful economy, even though inflation today is at where it was in December 2019, where we had the longest period of unemployment at that low of a rate in 50 years. Stock market, S&P, savings, all that stuff. Oh, by all means, when his tariffs plan shifts all of that debt to you,
It's just not a good
don't.
channel, man. It's just, I can't do it. I'm trying, but come on, bro. You gotta relax.
You know what? Actually, the election wasn't right, and this thing happened, and that thing happened. That's why Kamala
America
was
will
yelling
be
about
perfectly
you know,
fine.
bomb threats, that scare earlier, which ended up being false completely. And no, there's going to be something like that that comes up, and who knows? Who knows what they're
Guys,
going to
he
throw?
might carry Michigan by 3 points. That's crazy. This Dearborn, Michigan thing was way bigger than people
The
realize.
Dearborn thing was it's
Yeah.
going to be so interesting to look at the data.
I can't wait to
around
see the
Dearborn.
precinct map.
Yes, the precinct map is going to tell the whole story. And I'm excited to see the precinct map for every one of these key target states, these swing states, in particular with the Hispanic community as well. Because today I think we were just noticing, I was pointing this out to Charlie, one of the stories that we're going to talk about for the next few days too is we had really long lines at Hispanic precinct.
Yeah, we're gonna see the data from there.
So we're going to see the data from this, and that's going to be really interesting because if Trump wins that pretty handily, which it looks like at least he did this first drop, that's going to tell a huge story.
Big time.
Yeah, and that's important too.
Okay, I want to thank our members, members.charliekirk.com, as we are coming up on our 10th hour stream. No one streams like us. By the way, did we outlast all the other streams? What did I tell you? Thank you, Priscilla, Gino, Kurt, Melissa, Callie, Justin, Dale, Anthony, Audra, Timothy, Rudy, Tom, Sharon, Joseph.
Where is
He was still needed a runoff to defeat Herschel Walker. Okay, he did not get 50% the first time around.
Yeah.
So this was a tall order with Raphael Warnock.
Yeah.
Without
Trump
him there,
repaired his-
essentially as a running mate for the Democrats.
Yes.
Big loss.
And he repaired his relationship with the Republican governor, and that also helped.
All right. Again, just a very quick break here as we await what appears to be the inevitable, that 270 mark. Former President Trump declaring victory a short time ago. We'll have much more of our continuing coverage here on NBC right after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero as it's being referred.
Let's see what he says next. What is he saying? Crazy.
To reconstruct it. You see all y'all who supports this? I'm sure Dana White's gonna slap his wife around some more.
Oh, he's out of pocket, man. Bruh. We're out of pocket. You're not in charge of nothing, bro. You just got a job. Relax. Just do your job and move on. I wonder have she called him though. I want to confirm that.
the college campuses, which were really thick and really packed, and try to turn out the suburbs. And I think there was a lot of hope because of just the insanity, can we say fairly, of the person who's running for governor in that state, and a thought that, you know, defeating him would also carry Harris in. But in the end, you know, if they didn't make their numbers and essentially exceed the numbers that Joe Biden had in the suburbs, and I think we have to be blunt about why. Black voters came through for Kamala Harris. White women voters did not. That is what it appears happened in that state, is that if you can't flip enough white women, and we've talked about this on this set numerous times, is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place, you know, re-electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And, you know, God bless Shannon Watts, who's tried to have that conversation. But if people aren't receptive to it, and if people vote more, you know, party line or more on race than on gender and on protecting their gender, there's really not much more that you can do but tell people what the risks are and leave it to them to do the right thing.
Facts. Yeah, you don't gotta like it. But we've been saying that the entire time. If they don't show up if they don't show up, it's a wrap. And here we are. Let's see what he's saying this time. I can't help myself. I'm a glutton for punishment.
Give me money.
Now
y'all
who's
do realize that. So while y'all on my YouTube channel,
are they killing them?
Like my man Johnny Kim said, just get paid. So appreciate it.
Oh, that's what he's been sensitive over. They killing him in his comment section.
Washington D.C. 200.
That's what it is. I knew it was something. He is so sensitive. I knew something was triggering him, and they must be lambasting him in the comments, boy. They are cooking them in the comments. Arizona at this hour. He's going to be in the 300s. No doubt about it.
Voting from former President Donald Trump and voting for Ruben Gallego. One thing that they pointed to was that Carrie Lake just didn't really have enough of the policy to back it up. Maybe she had some of the baggage of some of the rhetoric, but she didn't have the record that Donald Trump had. And they liked the record that Donald Trump had 4 years ago.
Now, on the flip side, some of these other Senate races seem to, not only did the top of the ticket seem to affect them, but also this incumbency, this anti-incumbency moment in the country, and the way people really feel about the economy, and whether or not they have experienced at home or with their bills or at the grocery store any sense of recovery that they're being told about in some of these metrics that we have. Let's tick through them. Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, where does that stand?
Yeah, Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, all important Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at where this stands here. You can compare and see where Bob Casey stands compared to Vice President Kamala Harris. Both of them right around the same mark here. This is a familiar trend that we're seeing in some of these blue wall states. You have McCormick, he's at 49%.
There is no blue wall. Stop saying that.
Obviously, former President Donald Trump projected to win the state of Pennsylvania at 50%.
That blue wall is a whore. It can be had whenever you want.
I'm asking the control room. In 10 seconds, we're just going to pause here so that the rest of the network can sync up with us here for our election, early morning election coverage here on NBC.
For all those who are awake.
Yeah, that's right. We'll take them all
in. 7, 6.
Hey, listen, I got my start at ABC on World News Now, the overnight show. So we're back. We're back, folks. Back for more. And this from President Zelensky in Ukraine. Congratulations to the real Donald Trump, at real Donald Trump, on his impressive election victory. I recall our great meeting with President Trump back in September when we discussed in detail the Ukraine-U.S. strategic partnership, the victory plan, and ways to put an end to the Russian aggression.
Democrats who might get the House.
Who's going to be their leader?
Who's going to fill this space, especially as Donald Trump is leaning into being reelected?
All right, Kelly, stand by. So it's, by the way, it's great having you here on nights like
Thank
this
you.
because
So
Kelly
great.
O'Donnell, you've been covering nights like this since 1996, if I'm not mistaken.
My first one.
Chuck Todd, not quite as long, but a long time as well.
I'm 2000, just for the record. There we go.
Chuck, what are we looking at over here, bud?
Well, I'm just showing you. I was just following the House, and here's why we're not going to know the House. Basically, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Republican-held seats in California.
Yeah.
The Democrats. I mean, in theory, they could net their 4 that they needed just out of California. But look, Republicans picked up a couple seats in Pennsylvania that they didn't expect to pick up. Don Baker not done in Nebraska too.
Exciting times,
One
people.
that,
Exciting
frankly,
times.
Democrats have been counting on
I
already.
need to find me a
I'm with
snack.
Ryan. Look, no matter what, the House is going to be single digits for either the Republicans or the Democrats. But, you know, you'd probably slightly
Almost.
rather be the Republicans right now, just slightly, given that they added a couple of pads, if you will, in Pennsylvania that just made it that much harder. Put it this way, Democrats probably have to take every one of their targets in California, and I don't think they will. And
Chuck-
that's going to be the challenge.
Can I ask you to pivot back to
Yes,
the
ma'am.
presidential race?
Let's do
Because
it.
it's been a while since we looked at the map and did the scenarios. Can you can you show us how
What
former
scenario?
President
It's
Trump
over.
gets there?
Or it
Well-
might be easier to show us how he can't get there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said there's no way.
There really is. I mean, here we can do
It's
it.
over, man.
And here, I mean, at this point, if he just gets the last,
Y'all are all millionaires. Y'all will be just fine. Either way.
short, and he is leading in the 2nd congressional district.
Maine is
This will make our country stronger, not weaker.
split things up.
Exactly. Maine 2 is the more rural of the 2 districts. He carries both times. This would be the 3rd straight time he did it. We expect that. It's still a lot of votes still to count in Maine, but assuming that lead holds there, that gets him to 270. Without Wisconsin, without Michigan, without Nevada, without Arizona. And
But
when
I
you
know
see
the
this
Democrats and the
alignment that we're seeing
progressives,
on
they
one
not going to
Latino
take it
voters,
well.
it would be a
But they'll
stutter
be
if
all right.
somehow he didn't win Arizona when you look at the gains he made in New Mexico even and what they did in Texas. I mean,
They have
he
to
increased
accept
his margin in
this
Texas
country.
from
If they
what he
cannot, they want to
did in
transform
2020,
it so bad
increased his margin in Florida,
instead of just
decreased the
accepting
Democratic
the
margin in
results,
Mexico.
accepting what the
So
country's saying,
it is
especially with the
it would be a
popular vote.
shocker if somehow
The
Arizona
popular vote
continue to move
the
this
popular
way.
vote is probably the most important thing. I want to say that
Next point here. I mean, the
well,
former
they've
president
had the popular vote. The Dems have had the popular vote for a minute.
tomorrow.
So I don't know what's going to happen to these people, knowing that they lost the popular vote.
Those circles
They're going to find someone to blame. I just don't know who yet. I got a good idea though.
legislatively.
Well, a couple of things come to mind. One
But
of
yeah, it's a big deal losing the popular
them
vote.
talk about tonight, and that is skepticism about the systems that produced this result. So does that put to bed
A lot of progressives are going to say you might as well just run a full-on 100% progressive. They're going to go crazy.
past that?
But they're going to say you should have ran progressive. Fuck Liz Cheney. We should have went far left,
It does
and you should have tripled and quadrupled down
to say I
on
talked
going progressive.
number of things, both domestic and international, and I have the juice to get them done. And members of Congress would follow suit, I think.
Right, but the founding fathers did set up a system where he checks and balance, where he's got to get this through Congress, and Congress is.
And I would say she ran a good campaign, but looking at these numbers, I'm gonna have to take that back at this point.
They could end up.
It's basically a bloodbath.
4 seats vote of what we call a supermajority.
So they need to people really to really send that message like this is truly a referendum. This is the real deal here.
His mass deportation plan, things along those lines, but it's going to require Democrats to come to the table and try and find some areas where they can compromise with it.
Right.
Democrats may feel like they have to come to the table and work with, because one of the
Democrats ain't got no choice. They're gonna bend the knee.
Donald Trump's improvement in
Accept our country the way it is.
Illinois. We're at 91% reporting. We know she's going to win it because we know how much. Look at this change. Okay, Joe Biden won Illinois by nearly 18 points.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris is going to win it probably by 5 once all is said and done.
Wow.
Okay, that's Illinois. Let me take you to a few
Wow.
other states here.
Jersey's crazy. Illinois is crazy. New York.
Where you saw where again, and this has been even in every blue county she sort of underperformed, but Virginia 10 points. It's going to be 5 points there. We can let's see if it's a problem in every blue state. Look, here's Maryland.
Yeah.
He won it by
Wow.
33 points. She's going to win
Wow.
it by 22 points. I mean,
Oh, wow.
he picked up ground.
It did not
everywhere.
happen.
And a lot of it has to do with this realignment of two major groups. One is obviously Latinos. And the
Here we
second
go.
is
Here's the blame game.
younger men.
Chuck, thank you. Let me go out to NBC News correspondent.
They showed up. They showed up and showed out.
In West Palm Beach.
I'm
Florida.
impressed.
I don't know if you could hear our conversation, but we're talking about the kind of mandate that President Trump may have.
You definitely have to add this to your understanding of how elections go. Every cycle, you learn something.
Right. I think it's a good conversation around not
And
only
you learn
alignment,
something for
but I
sure.
think that when we're talking about a mandate here, Donald Trump ran, especially
It's
here in the
definitely a
East
man. That's a referendum. Definitely a mandate.
its most pure, unvarnished self. He told Americans exactly what he intends to do, from mass
Said what he was
deportation,
going to do.
putting Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
And the key here is that
the U.S. health agencies.
he picked up votes in blue states.
He went
That
as
is
far as
that is
Elon Musk, who go
insane.
in the federal government more efficient by Elon Musk's own suggestion, echoed by Donald Trump, to cut the federal budget by
The votes weren't there, man. They were. I would argue they were never there.
U.S.
It's complete fantasy.
It's about 1.7.
If she's getting killed in blue states, in serious blue states,
a lot of serious
they
questions
should show. I think New Jersey as well, if I'm not mistaken.
that are going to be had in these weeks and months ahead, if in fact Donald Trump is to ascend and take the White House in 2025 here.
You really have to ask yourself about these podcasters and these news shows. You really got to question
Voters for
their
the last 2
logic.
years have heard Donald
And you
Trump
really got to question even a lot of the posters because,
after his political
you know,
Department of Justice
if he cut
rule to go
all the blue, if he cut a lot of the blue states,
against
the leads from Joe Biden and her in half, what does that say?
him. And Americans made a very explicit decision here today in the
So it's not just red state America, it's also blue state America that he resonated with.
Donald Trump, his allies, they have consistently said that Donald Trump is the one.
And I heard things about some of the blue states, but again, that's just hearsay until it happens.
To moderate him or get him to focus or stay on teleprompter. This was Donald Trump in his purest form, and now Donald Trump getting that mandate to go inside of the White House and essentially act as the chief executive of the United States in the way that he has promised last 2 years to do.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard for us. Vaughn, stand by for you, for us if you can, please, sir, because we want to go to your counterpart there.
He cleaned up, man. So I'm thinking too, the only way you're gonna get the popular vote is to pick up those votes. They sent a hard message to the Democratic Party, but I hope they listen. They're not listening though. After listening to Roland Martin's goofy ass, they clearly still aren't listening. Like, yo, you need to listen. It's different. Things have changed. They changed in 16. You thought they changed back? You're in the country that you deserve. This is our country. This is what it looks like. You have to accept it.
Officials all night, and they really began the night.
But you know, progressives, that's what they do. They want to transform things, and they just learn in the hard way.
Optimistic, and the vice president has been saying for the last 3 days that she felt like she had the momentum in this race and that she was going to win. That's what she was telling crowds. But around 10:30, when it started becoming very clear that former President Trump was making gains, and exit polls were showing that he was overperforming in key areas, including in North Carolina and Georgia.
Yeah, that was a wrap. That was it.
That she was in trouble.
It wasn't PA. It was Georgia, man. I'm telling you. You couldn't get Georgia.
Especially at Howard
It's
University.
going to be a rough night. You get Georgia, though.
The people gathered there. They started getting very quiet. They started being very sort of blank stares, started forming on people's faces. And then over the course of the last few hours, including just
they could feel it at that point.
People with former President Trump winning Pennsylvania, people are telling me now that they're pivoting toward looking at how to deal with Trump's policies and how to find love for people that they might disagree with. So definitely
ain't no love.
All right.
This country's going to be more divided than it's ever been.
Washington, Yamiche will check back in with you as well in just a bit.
Our special coverage of the 2024 election continues. Stay with us. We're going to take a look at our data wall and where the state of the race stands. We have so much to dig into about how this historic night unfolded, how this election unfolded. Stay with us.
They going to commercial.
Yeah, I think it's just as much
but they felt like she wasn't being honest, as it was that she didn't have a delineated difference. Like they looked at her and said, "Come on, you've got to be kidding me! You did nothing." Nothing you would do differently? I mean, I've been married to my wife for 39 years. I mean, we could come up with on a daily basis things that I do or she did that we would do differently. It doesn't mean you have any less affection for the person. You can say, look, I think Joe Biden's a wonderful guy and I think he's been a great president, but I would have done these things differently. People would have looked at her much differently, I think.
I don't think it would have mattered.
Beyond that
When you
question
look
of
at these,
what
when
would
you look at these
and I
numbers,
think we all agree
there's
it is
been
very hard
something
to
there the
ask
whole
yourself
time.
to
They
be
just didn't
candidate
see
if
it.
you are the sitting vice president. But the other question that she kept being asked, and that we were still asking when I interviewed her last week, was, you know, what is day one? What is that first top priority? And it took her a while to find the right message for that. And I think back to covering Joe Biden's race, and it was a refrain in every speech. Day one, this is what I'm going to do. And
Obviously,
day one, here's
because
the
she's
first thing
running
I'm
in
going to do.
a
And she got
100-day
around to
window.
it, to saying, well, it's going to be this package of economic
Which is, if
proposals.
she
I'm gonna
had
start
2
with,
years or
you
a
know,
year to
lowering
run,
costs
surely
of
she can
prescription
hone
drugs
her
and
message
bringing
quick,
down housing
over
costs
time.
and
But
bringing down the price of groceries. But it just was a messaging issue. It took her a while to get to that point, and it wasn't
wow,
breaking through.
what
And
100
so I think you
days? Come
combine
on now.
that with not being able to articulate those clear-cut differences from Joe Biden, especially on the economy, when people just aren't feeling what you are saying. Inflation's coming down, but if I don't feel it in my wallet, it doesn't matter. That combination is a really hard one to overcome.
And you know, David, history has shown. History.
A 108-day campaign. Look, I work for a sitting vice president. And let me just tell you, we had 2 years, and it was 537 votes. This was 107 days. I mean,
Al Gore. For the audience at home,
Oh,
you're
I'm
talking about
sorry.
Al Gore. Yeah,
Al Gore and the year
I was there with you,
2000.
Don.
And thank you for not talking about Florida because I get PTSD. But, you know, 3 days, 2 weeks into a campaign, you still had a piece of paper. It took another month. And this is basic stuff that you put together for a candidate. There's no polling, no focus groups, no way to project how this candidate is going to actually come on the national stage from vice president to president. Look, we still have a lot of analysis to do. We know where she's fallen short. We know where the Democrats overall underperform, especially in so-called blue states. But at the end of the day, I still believe that the Democratic Party only had 1 or 2 paths. And Joe Biden, when he decided to step back,
I will say this too is that now I predicted that she would run again. I'm gonna pull that back because of she got dominated. So I don't think it makes, even though she could maybe do a better run with a couple of years to run.
I'm not going to sit here and
It's too, you lost too many states for me. It's best for her just to let it go. But they still may try to push her to at least go into the primaries and try and see what response she gets. You never know. We'll see. We'll see in 2 years, I guess, at this point.
in 2016.
But
And here I am again in 2024.
I mean, if you would have lost in a different kind of way, maybe you could run again. But I think you're gonna have to move on to the governor of California, the governor of Kentucky, maybe the governor of Pennsylvania. Or Pete Buttigieg or somebody else probably it's gonna be all of them. They're all gonna run, obviously, but I wonder would it make any sense for her to even waste her time at this point?
That the Democrats will also have to discuss, but the country is already making up their minds.
Well, I think that one of the biggest problems with the View answer is that she started at the convention as this candidate
Yes,
of
this is
change.
live.
And she found this niche, and it was going well. And it started wearing off, and she decided to go on The View. And we all know the answer was that she couldn't think of anything new that she would do. At the same time, Donald Trump was talking about deporting criminals that were here illegally. He was talking about ending these wars within 24 hours, you know, when I walk into the White House. He talked about drill, baby, drill, cheap gas, cheap groceries. And when the 2 biggest issues are the border and immigration, and people don't like where we're at today on those 2 big issues, and Donald Trump is the guy that's going to break where we're at on those 2 big issues, he becomes the change candidate. And when she went on The View and said she would do nothing different than Joe Biden, She reestablished herself as just the Biden administration going on and on and on. And it never really, she couldn't catch on after that. I think that's the bigger reason why this thing, it stalled for her.
You know, it's
Let's see what he's saying.
Well, one thing that has changed a little bit since we did this preliminary poll early on, the unfavorability rating, and we talked about how there was a little bit of a revisionist history when Donald Trump first left office, and he had the lowest approval rating of any American president at 34%. Tonight, we see his favorability, 54% of those on the exit poll nationwide, 54%. So more than half of the country said that they don't view him favorably. But of course, as we've been discussing, the economy looms large. I think that for the Democrats, abortion
I keep telling people,
didn't play the role
get
that they
off of the like
thought
stuff.
and perhaps hoped.
It's not about
But
being
this is
liked.
really a
It's
question
not about being liked.
for perhaps
I
Dave
just don't
and
understand why they get
later.
stuck on
But I
who
do
likes
have
who.
to wonder
Ted
what
Cruz
general race in general.
won the Senate
I mean,
in Texas.
we're talking
He ain't
about,
liked. It doesn't
we have
matter.
one thing that stands out, a less diverse electorate. When you think about even just at large with the world, of the 193 UN member nations, only 13 have
The men, I will say the men showed up and they showed out. I want to see those numbers under 40
pay disparity
and
in
under
this country,
30.
67 cents on the dollar when it comes to white men.
Hispanic men
Margaret Jordan,
specifically.
she was asked in 1976, do you think that this country is ready to have a black woman on the national ticket? She said no. And so I don't know that we have the answers tonight, but I think that is kind of the elephant in the room that we're not talking about, because we're not just talking
No,
about
that ain't the elephant in the room is that women didn't show up
a woman of color.
because they should have just said, hey, I don't care about what you're talking about, which I guess some of them did say
when
that.
we see this increasing red thread.
No, women didn't show up is the problem.
Unfavorable land at the end of the night too. I'm just curious.
Quit trying to run from it, talking about what she said on The View or what she said here. Or she had 100. At the end of the day, she ran on abortion, and they lost. Period. Point blank. Take your crow and eat it.
52%.
And they're gonna run around, and try to blame everything else. When you look at those suburban numbers and those women who did not show up, they did not over-index in those inner cities. The women of color. Don't start talking, because we knew what it was. It was gender, immigration, abortion, and of course, the big monster, the economy.
Hearing your comment there, I just keep thinking about Barack Obama and what he said, and received a lot of flack for, quite honestly, saying to black men, sort of calling
Here we
them out,
go.
you know, voicing the fact
Here we
that
go.
they will not vote for her simply because she is a woman.
When you find out that 53% of women voted for Trump, we still gonna keep saying we're gonna still worry about you weren't with the wrong people, sweetheart.
I asked her about it last
Talk
week.
about your own people, your own gender.
I'm well aware of my race and gender, but she said she's running on substance, not identity.
She really
dodged. She really dodged. And I can tell you, having been at so many of her rallies, while she didn't want to talk about it, to women, especially to black women at her rallies, it mattered. And this is now the second time that Donald Trump has blocked Democrats' hopes of electing the first woman president.
And think about how differently she ran compared to Hillary Clinton, who was always talking about this is the highest, hardest ceiling, the glass cracks in the ceiling. She was planning her whole victory speech at the Javits Center to have that big glass.
I know one thing.
And with Kamala Harris, and I noticed it in her interview with
I know Hillary is probably the happiest person on this planet.
well aware of my race and gender.
She's probably more happier than Donald Trump is happy at this point.
Perhaps it worked so well for Hillary Clinton. I'm going to kind of shy away from alienate voters.
And I could never tell if it was lessons learned from Hillary Clinton's campaign or a sign of progress in this country that a woman could run for president and not have it be about being a woman, to just lean into substance. But the fact that she never talked about it, she went out of her way, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't at the top of the mind for so many of her supporters.
And voters,
Maybe
I
she
guess,
should have.
they would bring that up.
Shoulda, woulda,
Very
coulda.
rarely, but one man in Pennsylvania, as a matter of fact, said, I thought I couldn't really consider voting for a woman. I mean, he kind of came over to that opinion that he wanted to vote for Kamala Harris, but it's out there, and anybody who doesn't think it's out there, and women too. There are women who don't want.
Thank you. Right, just focus on that.
I want to
Go
go over to Rachel
figure.
Scott. All reproductive rights were on the ballot. That came up as part of this conversation earlier too. And the
last time I checked, if you are a woman and you're on the left, there's a statement that says men have no rights over you, which is what? My body, my choice. That ain't. What we doing right now? Really? I mean, come on. My body, my choice.
Ability, which is considered to be around 21 weeks, did pass in both of these states. In Nevada, it's a two-step process. It has to pass in 2 consecutive elections. And so this is going to be on the ballot once again for voters in that state in 2026. Arizona, very interesting, though, because we've talked about former President Donald Trump ahead here. Donald Trump, again, appointed 3 of the Supreme Court justices who supported overturning Roe versus Wade. And here you have in this state voters deciding that they want to support him, but also at the same time wanting to protect access to abortion. Of course, we have reported a lot about Arizona. It was just a few months ago where you had that near centuries-old ban almost go into effect, near total ban on abortion. There was a bunch of uproar in the state. They ultimately had to go through the state legislature to make sure that it did not go into effect. Right now, abortion is currently legal up to 15 weeks. This initiative adds the right to the Constitution to protect it up to viability. And then, David, I just wanted to point out also in Florida, I know this was also on the ballot here. And yes, it was ultimately defeated. But I do want to show you just the number here. It needed 60% support to pass. You still had 57% of voters wanting to protect access to abortion in a state that has a 6-week abortion ban. So no, this is not what Democrats, abortion rights groups wanted to see. But I think this is still sending a pretty powerful message about where the country believes they need to be on this critical issue of access to abortion.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Thank you, Rachel. Let's go over to Rick. Rick, you're studying the board here. Anything new from Wisconsin, Pennsylvania?
No, nothing. Well, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, we're
I'm just so used to asking about
yeah,
Pennsylvania.
exactly.
I just wanted to check
No.
in on the Keystone State.
Michigan and Wisconsin, we don't have any new vote again, and I think one of the concerns that our team has, and just just to do it the way that we do it with about 3/4 of the vote in, there's still a chance that margin gets chopped down significantly. Very hard to imagine a scenario where she catches up, but that's the standards that we apply, and they're the same for anything and under any circumstance in any race. The other kind of quirky thing I've been keeping an eye on is that we've got a good chunk of the Alaska vote in here. It's not close in Alaska, but Alaska, just like Maine, and election dorks can rejoice. I'm going to say this on the air, uses ranked choice voting, which means if no one gets 50%, then they go to the second option and the third option, et cetera. So actually the number to watch is not 55 versus 40, it's 55.8 versus 40.4. Similarly in Maine too, that's the issue that we're making sure gets sorted out, that it wouldn't go to ranked choice voting. But again, these are real kind of bank shot scenarios that would imagine a world where Donald Trump doesn't get those electoral votes in addition to probably the electoral votes in the other battleground states.
So what do you think plays out tomorrow, Mary, as far as Kamala Harris and this speech? Do we have any indication as to what time she's going to talk? Who would be her closest advisors helping to work on this message that she'll now have to deliver to her supporters and to the country, because she still is the acting vice president, obviously?
I can only imagine what is going through her head as she has to switch gears and go from writing what I imagine she had hoped was a victory speech to now coming out and somehow, thanking her supporters, trying to offer perhaps some kind of explanation as to how we got here. And given the optimistic, positive tone that she tried to finish her campaign on, give supporters and her voters some hope, because she did outline a very stark contrast in this race and made very clear that she thought Donald Trump was a danger to America, a threat to democracy. And yet she also wanted to end on a note of unity. How does she merge those two messages now and transfer some of that optimism to the large portion of the population that is outraged and upset by what appears to be very much the results in another Donald Trump presidency? She's got a lot of work to do, and it will be interesting to see what kind of tone she strikes. As for the logistics of this, we don't know yet what time she's going to be speaking. I believe it's going to be at Howard.
He was Donald Trump's first spokesman as president. He's been covering this bizarre election race for us on this show, the Bolt Report, all this year. very glad to have him, particularly so late at night. Sean, how are you feeling?
I'm exhausted physically, but I am emotionally so excited, Andrew. It is 3:10 a.m. here on the East Coast. Donald Trump just wrapped up that speech that you guys saw. It was funny because I was thinking as he was speaking, in 2016, it's almost the exact same time. He took the stage around 2:50 a.m. In New York at that small reception at the Midtown Hilton in Manhattan. And here we are again, much bigger crowd down there in Palm Beach, but a lot more excited and a bigger win. I had this pegged at 306 to 312 electoral votes. I think we might even exceed that. This is going to be a big night for Donald Trump for the Republican ticket, and I couldn't be more excited for the country.
Yeah, when you tipped to me that 312, I thought you were getting a little overexcited, but it seems if anything, you just underestimated.
I know, but the thing that's interesting, Andrew, and you commented at the beginning of your monologue there, we were lied. Because I don't just pull this stuff out of air. When you and I spoke about this over weeks, remember initially I was concerned about Nevada, and then I saw the data move and I said, hey, here's why I'm moving Nevada into the Trump column. It was all based on data, right? I didn't just pull it out of air and say, God, I'm a Trump supporter and I want him to win, so I'm going to pick a number out of the air. And the media ignored that. They lied to the American people over and over again by convincing us that, that he couldn't win, that the coalition that he was putting together was useless, that his ground game was horrible. They just didn't want to do that. Panel after panel, show after show, refuses to allow the American people to see that there are people out there that support Donald Trump and these policies. But they want to pretend that it doesn't exist, that it's some kind of zoo animal that you go off and pet sometime. The American people spoke loud and clear tonight. Not only did Donald Trump win, but Kamala Harris got shellacked, right? And in key constituencies that's supposed to support the Democratic Party walked away from her. Black men in a lot of urban areas didn't perform as well. You look at not just the battleground states, Andrew, but states that are reliably blue. My home state of Rhode Island, unbelievable. It was 53%. New Jersey, 52, 53. I haven't looked. Iowa, they told us for the last few days that Kamala Harris was up 3 points, and they paraded around this Des Moines Register poll saying that women were breaking, for her, and this was amazing. Donald Trump won Iowa by 14 points tonight, 6 points more than he won in 2020. The media wanted to parade around that she was up 3 points. They wanted to create, suppress the vote. This was an embarrassment. And I think they're going to wake up tomorrow and forget how complicit they were in what happened tonight. Most Americans found what the media did tonight sickening. And for those people who read the New York Times or the Washington Post or Politico or CNN or the NBC News here in the States, at some point you've got to understand that they're not telling you the truth, and you need to find alternative sources to get your information.
Oh, I think that's a huge story in this result. And I've got to say, even our own ABC devoted, I think, about a 10-minute interview this morning with the pollster who did that Iowa poll. Oh, Donald Trump's going to lose Iowa by 3 points or whatever it was. And as you say, he romped it in. They're picking up any little hint to try to build up the idea that she had momentum. It was just extraordinary. But Sean, this is a massive victory for Trump, of course. For the Democrats, I wonder whether this should really cause an explosion in that party, because those Democrat power brokers, they forced out Joe Biden as their candidate when he imploded in his debate with Donald Trump. They then forced Harris onto the party as their candidate without even a vote of any delegates, even though she'd been one of the most unpopular vice presidents in recent history. And they knew she was no good, which is why they hid her from the media for almost the entire campaign, particularly not one press conference. It's going to be a lot of finger pointing there.
You know what, Andrew? It's a great question you're asking, because I've had guests on my podcast the last few days, and I've been playing this little game. If Trump were to lose, what do you think the analysis is, and vice versa? I think it's going to be really interesting what the media and the left use as the excuse. One, do they claim, well, it was China or Iran or North Korea or Russia? They already used the Russia hoax, so I don't know that they can use that twice. But I think that it's going to be someone there's no way that this possibly could have happened. So who do we blame for this? Then they're going to blame Biden. Then they'll blame Harris. And then I think you're going to see the progressive wing of the party, the Bernie Sanders, the Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, saying that she just wasn't progressive enough and that they need to tack further to the left. I mean, I will be fascinated to see how this. The real answer is they lost touch with the American people. The American people don't want open borders. They don't want to be told that it's price gouging, not the policies of the left that are causing massive inflation throughout our country, still affecting the cost of everyday goods for so many Americans. So I will be interested to see whether they even try to come up with a real reason why this didn't work, or whether they just make excuses for themselves and move on.
Well, I think, Sean, that if everything goes well, I mean, barring international crises, barring some unforeseen scandal, all that kind of stuff. But Trump's win puts the Republicans in line for 12 years now in the White House. Trump can only serve this one more term, having already been president once. That sets up the man who's going to be his vice president, J.D. Vance, who I think was the most impressive performer of the four candidates, the two presidential, the two vice presidential. And he could and should then win 2 terms himself as president. This is a golden time potentially for the Republicans.
It is because J.D. Vance, you've got Trump. He'll bring in the America First agenda, and I think really have a different focus than he did that first term. But then J.D. Vance, he just turned 40, 2 months ago. He's going to bring a youthfulness and a new generation perspective to this. So this is a perfect handoff of the baton, if you will, of the America First agenda to a younger generation, and he'll be ready to move forward. But I'm excited about not just what President Trump will do this first 4 years, but then this transition from Trump to Vance.
Now, Trump the dictator, now that was Harris's big claim, right? He's a Hitler fan, as a tyrant, his democracy is under threat. The media ran with that too, most of it. Trump is now going to prove that is a lie. He won't be a dictator. That's going to expose a lot of people. Do you expect some serious soul searching in the Democrats or in the media? Because people aren't going to buy this kind of rubbish second time round.
I hope not. I think, as I said, the Democratic Party, it will be interesting to see whether or not it's real or not. I was at the Republican National Committee when in 2012, after we lost, we did a lot of soul searching. We looked at how we did business as a party and said, what can we do better to win? And I think despite some of the media misinterpretation as to what that report looked like, we talked about outsourcing and better utilizing third-party organizations to do a lot of the mechanical and logistic thing. I think that paid off. Think about what's going on now in terms of the ground game. But secondly, you bring up the media. I was there in 2016 after the election when senior executives from NBC News admitted that they missed it and said that they were going to correct it. I don't think they will. I think they had a chance to do it after Donald Trump won in 2016. Even after the election was close in 2020, they've doubled down on stupid. And I don't think that this election is going to be any different. I think they'll make excuses, but they don't want to. They don't like Donald Trump. They hate Donald Trump. They hate people who support Donald Trump. You saw that in the coverage leading up to them. There's no way that all these people who went all in, basically spreading misinformation about where the race stood and the support that Donald Trump have, are suddenly going to have a come to Jesus moment tomorrow. Not going to happen.
I would have thought they'd be ashamed of misreading the electorate so badly.
Oh, no.
But anyway,
they're not ashamed. They'll come up with an excuse. They're not ashamed of it. They have no shame. They literally will wake up tomorrow and make an excuse up. And again, I think they'll be the first to figure out some country or outside entity or Martians that flew down and influenced this election, because it wasn't them for certain.
Well, just finally, Sean, we've talked about this before. Donald Trump, let's face it, he has got an ego. He's got a lot to be egotistical about, even now, particularly now, I would have thought. But self-willed and all that, and you give him advice and he can just trample all over it. And, a lot of unforced errors in this campaign as well. I don't think the election should have been as close as it was. But how do you think this win then is going to change Donald Trump?
Andrew, this is a good question, because I think that he may think about his legacy. How do I want to go down in history, and this could be an opportunity. I don't know. I think we've seen Donald Trump. I don't think you're going to see that much different, but I think that there's a point at which we all. I mean, look, he had to come. He had his own brush with death when that assassination attempt merely, almost took his life. And I think now winning in the way that he did, there's an effect that it has on. And so hopefully he stops and says,
I'm feeling
maybe
phenomenal.
That I think that there's always a moment.
Great. I'm sleepy.
Between now and January 20th to do
that. But outside of that,
I think there's no more big battles for him to win.
I'm super excited.
So maybe I think you're right. I think you will be tempted to look at his legacy instead, not belting someone to the canvas. But we shall see.
Republicans won, even though it's the MAGAs,
over the journey.
The MAGA party Republicans. I have to just take it and deal with it. But I've been dealing with it for 8 years, so I mean, I'm used to it. But we will get a lot of policies that I support. We'll see if it can get done. We're gonna see what it looks like, because the Democrats are gonna probably make an absolute mess of everything when he's trying to do things. So we'll see what that looks like.
Out there, this is when you want to debate Charlie Kirk right now.
Yeah, I don't agree with any. I'm on the right anyway. So for me, most of the things he's gonna do is gonna be conservative anyway.
Hey. TikTok just got a new lease.
I just don't know some of the things that he wants to do. I just don't know if it's realistic in this system.
Shout out to Ryan. Ryan was on our team.
I have to see it. I have to see it to believe it. He got 4 years to get it done.
As soon as the Dems tried to block it, that was our opportunity. Charlie put out a tweet saying, "Hey, if you're gonna actually be fair,
I'm super happy. I'm super excited.
One more shot, and I'll change my position."
I love politics. This is great.
And
it's gonna be great content.
They said, "Here are the rules. We'll work with you."
I'm gonna love watching the progressives whine and cry and the Dems to
Ryan,
whine
you
and
might
cry.
have
I love it.
single-handedly flipped hundreds.
I can't wait to get DC on here ASAP. I don't even want to go to sleep. I want to stay awake until he wakes up.
I mean, it's crazy.
But that's not going to happen, I guess, today.
At Real Jack
Tonight.
Posto.
Yeah.
Give me a follow.
Yep.
Human Events Live. Patrol the libs.
Put it this way. On November 2nd, Charlie's Twitter or TikTok account was at 3.8, and now it's at 4.5.
We got to call Bernie Moreno. So I got to congratulate him. I got a lot of calls to make tomorrow. Congratulations,
Senator Moreno.
Yeah.
I got
Senator.
3 of them already.
I'm going to love watching everybody vying for power, trying to get into the cabinet, trying to get positions.
Santorum Casey.
That's what makes politics fun, man.
That was amazing.
And
he won that one, didn't he?
No, that's when Casey won.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't remember.
That's how Casey first became.
By the way, guys,
senator.
just so we're clear, Megyn Kelly just texted. Dude, the people are being so sweet right now.
Yes.
What'd she say?
It's amazing. I'm getting the same.
She said, "You did it. Thank God in heaven. Cannot believe it. I did not do it." For the record,
But
okay, it's God that did it.
people
Our
are
movement that
texting
did
me
it.
the
And our
same.
staff
I
that
will
did it.
say this: the Democrats
People are
ran a
texting me the same
great
thing.
propaganda
Yeah.
campaign. I will give them that. Perception-wise, they did they covered this magnificently. I will say that, man. The more I sit here and think about it,
McCormick is up a point.
especially having that poster lady come out with the whole 4 points thing, and he literally won by what people said he should have won by, which is he should be up plus 14 or plus 10 at least, and he got plus 14. But he's gonna lose. He's gonna be plus 4.
Our daughter Dominique. She
I'm
said
like, how did they said they got her
I'd love a
too?
signed hat. Feel free to give it.
And then the guy with the keys came out, and
thank you.
DC all excited.
Very generous, $500
and
contribution. So
the level of, these predictions was I would argue 100 times worse than 2016. To take the popular vote by 3 million, more or less, or 2 million, whatever it is.
First Trump event.
People have to recognize this is the country that you live in. The Democrats are going to try to bend reality so much. You already see Roland Martin starting to do it. They're already starting to do it.
We got to return the favor. We had a lot of Canadians help.
But this is the country. I just don't understand why. And I understand if you're in a particular party and you work for the party people and you have party bosses and you have to report to those people. So I understand that you have to keep the whole idea going. And trust and believe me, the Democrats are they're gonna spin this thing.
Yeah, are they gonna clip it up?
Yeah, what are you
But
gonna
I
put out?
think
Change some
the
votes?
Republicans who
I
left,
think Vivek would be a great DHS secretary.
I
Yeah,
think they may
I
be
totally
the
agree.
most
He's
honest
totally on
about
board
it.
with the deportation. That was the
And
one thing
everybody's
that
gonna
was
make
like
excuses, but
for another
About
day.
Rubio.
I think he's a great
everybody's gonna make excuses about why they lost.
Email us freedom@charliekirk.com.
But she could have ran on being a woman and lost. They would have blamed her for running as being a woman. She could have ran on any. If you lose, man, it doesn't matter.
How to defend. That's going to be
People
so
will Monday quarterback that thing. I think the biggest issue, and I've been telling DC this from day one, is that it's 100 days. Y'all have to relax. It's a 100-day campaign. It takes time for messages to penetrate, even though, but again, if you can't see things.
Yeah, no, and I
And the Democrats and a lot of pollsters do a great job of masking. I mean, a phenomenal job actually of masking it.
AG, who would be?
But you have to pull back and say 100-day
How cool is
campaign.
it that we're having this conversation tonight?
By the way, it's 4:15.
You know, she probably did better than she should have done. You know, obviously hindsight now,
Like 5 a.m. Could you
looking at her, looking at those back, her not meeting Joe Biden numbers when all the votes came in. Because initially, early on in the day, it looked like she was outperforming Joe Biden.
to win presidency?
But when all the numbers started to come in, it's like, oh, she's underperforming in a lot of these in blue states.
The thing about social media, honestly,
That's how I think that's how they knew it. They knew it then.
we were able to.
When you're looking at your numbers in Maryland and Virginia and Jersey and other states, you're like, oh, okay, it's a problem.
Back in 20, like during
Now these numbers are gonna probably get a little bit tighter when all of the votes have come in, obviously. So I don't want to go too far with that until we get
great rapidity.
you know, maybe another week or two, probably 2 weeks, a week or whatever. We can have an exact number.
Under 90,000.
You can really kind of see exactly who did what, because there's still.
I'm just so annoyed.
I would argue there's probably still 1 million votes, maybe more. A few million votes are probably still out there need to be counted, maybe more than a few million.
They have to win.
Because I want to say the turnout got to be higher than it was in 20.
On the rest of the remainder of the vote.
Let me see what the vote count. What was the vote count? The total vote count in
looking at
2020.
the state's results. I don't think there's a single part of Alaska that we lost by that much.
So, but
Total
what
vote
is
count in
this just delaying the
2020
inevitable?
election.
There's got to be psychological part of this, right?
I think it literally is that. It's almost like no one wants to be the first not
Biden got 81
not
votes.
right
That's
wing
the total,
place
though.
that say Trump won. That's the only thing
81
I
and
can imagine.
74.
Decision desk called it.
Decision desk. I don't know. They're not a news outlet. They don't have to come out and say it.
Right. AP. It's like AP.
The Hill
New York
called
Times.
it, but the Hill's always been a little bit friendlier towards.
Yeah.
So 155,507,476 voted for Joe.
What
and for
gives?
Really,
Trump.
what we're waiting for is CNN to call.
They have to win. They
155,
have to
right?
win what's left in Nevada by like
We need
25.
CNN to call it. Well, no, I mean, we don't. You're right. We don't need any of them to call it.
Look, Yamit, she's having a great night.
Yamit.
You know how much I would live to.
And what's the total so far? Is he running a commercial?
Stream that are like livid right now.
They
Livid.
should be.
It's an embarrassment to the country. Embarrassment.
Well, I mean, give Tyler some credit here. He's been right
This
about
Justin
just
Heap thing is
how god awful they run they run their elections in this state, especially Maricopa. Though
We're gonna flip Maricopa County.
Oh,
Just wait.
I think so.
We're only done.
We'll see. Look at that's an interesting insight though here. Gallego in Maricopa is up on Kerry by over 100,000 votes.
No, it's less. It's less.
Well, I'm looking at it right now.
Trump is at 69 million.
Maricopa.
Yeah.
896.
By the way,
Statewide,
she could win Maricopa.
Wow, that's a thought.
It's going to take a couple days, but I would love
134 million.
That would be really fun.
Yeah, there's
By the way,
still
there's so much vote outstanding.
We have 11,000 ballots to cure tomorrow.
694,
There's so much ballot outstanding.
Is it? She's down
So what's the
86,000 ballots right now.
vote
Is that right?
Yeah,
My math is so bad right now. I'm
yeah,
just
she's
like,
86,000 and
on
change,
50747.
like 86,700.
Billion.
dude, I would not want to be Ruben right now. She could totally climb back into this thing with presidential turnout. That's and by the way, this is non-elect. They have not even uploaded SD cards.
Look at this. What are they at? They're at 55% of vote in or something?
Where?
In all of Arizona.
No, I'm saying we literally do not have. We barely have a majority of our votes counted.
53% of votes in.
So
It's just like
21 million
shocking.
votes that are out there from last year. From
They're that
4
bad
years
at this.
ago.
How
So
can
we got
you
a
be
lot of vote
behind?
count left.
They're like the last state. What's California at? Well, California's at 49%. Senator Adam Schiff. What a absolute farce.
So insane.
So there's 220,000 more votes coming in from Maricopa today, plus late drops, plus late earlies, plus the 200,000 from last week they're sitting on. Dude, Carrie, like I'm just doing the math off the top of my head. Like there's 1.6 million ballots left statewide, and she's down 80,000 votes. Let me say that again, guys. Carrie Lake is down 80,000 votes with 1.6 million ballots left.
And there's a lot of red.
That means if she goes 55-45, she's a senator. Am I right? Can you fact check me on that?
Sorry, so
there's
repeat
one
those
point.
numbers.
I'm sorry. I'm super tired.
It's okay.
I already thought they
1.6 million
called- I
ballots
thought they already
left.
called- I thought
She's
they
down
already called it, though.
80,000 votes. What split does she need to win by 5,000?
I always find it.
I
easier
thought
to
they
just
already
look at
called
the
it.
percentage,
She's down
yeah.
86,000.
Sure do.
She's down about.
Sweep it.
5 points.
Yeah, I mean, if she's down 5 points
With 1.5 million.
And it's so crazy because
3%
posters have made millions.
the other way. So
People have sold. I mean, they spent what, $2.5 billion. And so much money gets made during election time. That's not even funny.
She nets 106.
I can't even imagine how much money get made on TV ads.
53% of all remaining ballots.
Yeah.
Election day and last week drops. She could do it. Wow.
Yeah, I was gonna say because at 55-45, she far exceeds what she needs.
Guys,
Yeah,
could you
53.
imagine Senator Carrie Lake?
She can get 53 points. Oh, that's totally doable.
No, I'm saying
if
this
we
for
pull
like
off, if we pull off every outstanding one, we get to 57 senators.
What's
Sam
what am I
Brown.
missing? Sam Brown.
Brown's the reach.
Sam Brown is a reach.
Sheehy's
He's
done.
probably not. He's probably not going to eke it out.
Hovde and Rogers are
unfortunately.
favorite. Hovde, Rogers, McCormick are favorites.
Yeah.
Sam Brown is down by like.
Because that would be a +8 swing if we hit
Sam
every
Brown,
single one.
There's less than 2,000 votes that separates
He's up.
him and Rose. He's
And-
up. He's up. Like it's so.
He's
tight.
up, and Nye will give us several.
Yeah,
thousand.
Nye will give us.
The problem is going to be that Clark has a good amount left,
They're
including all these
15%,
trickle-in
yeah.
mail ballots that are going.
And he's
to be
losing
annoying.
bad in Clark.
The,
He's
was it
losing
the Kingdom of Nye.
46,000. 47,000.
Washoe has some outstanding, although it's so close, you won't lose a ton of margin.
Shout out to
there.
Art Bell and the Kingdom of Nye, Coast to Coast AM.
Okay, so there are 1.6 million ballots remaining. 1.6 million ballots
Yeah,
remaining.
about a 50. It's like actually about a 52.8 clip.
Wow.
Is what she has to get.
Campaign
Dude,
says
that's-
Harris will speak to supporters today. Yeah, like she's meeting the bare minimum of actually giving speeches.
Pathetic. How about you guys call the race? I mean, literally, if you just watch MSNBC like a deranged individual, it's like it's just.
Wait, do you realize CNN has switched to their morning shows?
Kane says, "What is
MSNBC
I have to say
are
something to all of
lunatics.
our viewers right
That
now.
is they are
Go to
lunatics.
amfest.com and get your tickets.
That's gonna be awesome.
Let's go.
MSNBC are out of their mind. They're still pretending. It's just it's unbelievable.
I was like,
Lauren, are you still watching?
Lauren wanted to come on. Just
Lauren.
Yeah, she can come on. I'll send her a link.
man, I was like, if
She pulled off some great events.
It is the biggest event of the dude. We're gonna have like
Amfest could have been.
I want to play Trump's speech again.
That was different.
bet on yourself. How about this?
Bet on
Yeah,
You got to
how
bear
about
with me.
Mar-a-Lago?
Yeah, put it up.
How about like our fundraising event at Mar-a-Lago?
The Winter Gala, yeah.
Yeah. Amfest.com, Phoenix, Arizona. Meet your future husband, meet your future wife. It's unbelievable. Amfest.com.
Unless you're married already, which gets
Promo code. What is the promo code there?
Well, it could still be a future life.
It's in Phoenix, guys, and I
Let
bet
it
it's really cool.
let it soak in. Let it soak into the veins, into the system. I cannot wait to get DC on this phone. Y'all don't understand, man.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. A great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she has done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. And we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
So you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about stocks, crypto, and real estate, because there's a little.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. He's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this. She's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon. And I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. Hits the ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. Now he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people. And we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again.
The elites are laughing at us. They've come right out and said it. By 2030, they want us to own nothing and be happy. And it's not hard to see that this plan is already in motion. Just last week, Wells Fargo warned its
And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally, we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years, we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from the, can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America.
1829, 1835 voters. It's great when they turn out, but you also got to learn the process. Go to my iPad. So in Nevada, they're having a problem trying to cure ballots because what happened was a lot of these young voters signed up via iPads. Nevada has signature match. And so the problem is they have to cure their ballots. So this is Dylan Byers posted this here. The Nevada Secretary of State said, and do this here, Carol, get Aaron Ford, the Nevada Attorney General, on the line, please. I went to Texas A&M with Aaron, so I'd love to get his perspective. But he said, quote, it's mostly the fact that young people don't have signatures these days. And when they did register to vote through the automatic voter registration process, they signed a digital pad at the DMV, and that became their licensed signature. So apparently it's 19,000 ballots that need to be cured. I was looking at another particular tweet. Norman Ornstein posted this here. Go to my iPad. He said apparently they are actually calling these young voters to get them to cure their ballots, and they're not answering their phones. So it's again, for people who don't understand electoral politics,
to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together. And we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
GOP heavy areas. The judge didn't hold back, calling it out as a move that would trample state law, the Constitution, even his oath. Here's the kicker. He told GOP lawyers to go read up on the boy who cried wolf. A federal judge, think about that, a federal judge telling them point blank to stop dragging the court into their schemes to rig the scales. But Eugene, folks, this is why the other day we talked to Judith Brown Dianis, and she talked about that, the battles that are taking place, how they are, I mean, they are the wars being waged in courtrooms all across the country, unbeknownst to a lot of people. And if it's not for these legal warriors, these Republicans will be getting away with murder because their desire is to shrink the electorate and not have it expand.
Listen, they look at it as a win-win, right? On one side, all right, you mess around and you get a district judge that just is sympathetic or whatever and just rubber stamps it, right? On the other end, let's say the judge slaps it down. Well, then I can then go to conservative media and say, hey, we want the court and we fought this because we saw this on the ground and, you know, Donald Trump tweets out or law enforcement's on the way in X, Y, and Z. So for them, they see it as a win-win. Even if they lose in court, you know, there's a thing on Clubhouse, winning Clubhouse instead of winning in real life. For a lot of them, it's winning conservative media rather than winning in real life.
Except this is real life.
Yeah.
These goddamn white supremacists are going to be the end of this experiment.
No, speaking of that, the abortion amendment in Florida has failed.
Yeah,
in Florida, they're leaving.
Jaw-dropping, looking at potentially a 45% for Donald Trump in some states, and that is going to cause a real reckoning within the party on how we talk about, message to, and integrate, a huge part of our base typically in all of this. I would say, though, that the campaign and people that I've been speaking to have said nothing has been called. Our paths to 270 have not been blocked off. And as we continue to get more vote in, and I should add to the numbers that they messaged to you, Detroit is coming in. And Detroit had a very good day with in-person voting today. And the suburbs of Atlanta outperforming where
the Republican Senate if, and I repeat, if Donald Trump is elected president, it means that they can confirm without any Democratic votes any appointment he makes to his cabinet, to the government, to the Supreme Court, should there be a vacancy. It's an enormous advantage to a president. And at this point, we haven't talked about it much, but in the House, although that hasn't been decided yet, the Republicans have flipped 3 Democratic seats. The Democrats haven't flipped a single Republican seat. So there is the possibility here of
This is the kind of positive energy that
have added me to a secret domestic terror watch list the very day after Kamala Harris was endorsed by Joe Biden. And I was on TV and warning the American people about what I saw as the dangers of a Kamala Harris presidency, taking action that was clearly political retaliation. They've done this to a lot of different people, which points to how dangerous it is to have people in power so willing to.
On Free Palestine. I don't support anything you do. I think you're a disgrace. This is for Trump right now. I don't want to have this discussion.
holy shit. Holy shit.
I'm going to stay on this theme for a moment and call this perhaps the greatest night the Democratic Party can ever have if they lose. And let me explain that. I was very troubled just over 100 days ago when they circumvented the democratic process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, the presidential race. Your quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever, ever won any game anywhere. You run a process, and they missed that opportunity. This is a chance for them to, I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to those percentages and saying they get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing, and the influences of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a movie star or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone. in 4 years. They won't have that kind of influence. This could be great for America because I'm an investor. I have to work with who's ever in the White House in January. But I care about policy. And when I hear policies coming out of a party that are so twisted against the American way of life, like basically taxing capital gains that are unrealized, that's not America. Or price controls, that's not America. 28% tax rate takes us to the bottom quartile of competition. That's bad. We can't do that. That would hurt the country. And all I do is work with entrepreneurs that want to build businesses. There's a reason people come here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to maintain it. Those policies are against the American dream. And I have nothing against Harris. I mean, look, she did a masterful job in getting to where she is. It would be good for them to lose tonight. It would reset and reboot and get that party back to the center. It would be good for them. They may not want to hear that.
We don't.
But they may have to. You may have to deal with it. You may have to.
Or if you need to do a curing process is making your ballot whole, so it's actually counted. That's so very important if you are in Cobb County or if you're in Clayton.
Really interesting. Frank Lentz, Republican strategist and pollster. Frank, always appreciate your insight on our early morning election coverage here on ABC. Live coverage continues just after 5 here in the morning, and we'll see if we're any closer to making an official projection here right after the break.
Pull up a chair, take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network.
Dave Smith. Where is Dave at?
He's right behind you, Pat.
My man.
Pat, how are you,
Good seeing you, buddy. Very good to see you. So, Dave, we're coming right at you. If we can hand over a mic to Dave. Who loves Dave Smith, by the way? Anybody loves Dave Smith? I love it. So do we. Very smart. Dave, what's your position? Are you skeptical? Are you optimistic? Are you pessimistic? Where are you at?
I am very confident that the winner of the 2024 election will be Israel. No, I'm sorry. That was my internal thought. It's such a weird election because, and I bet you guys feel this way too, right? Everything that you can observe with your senses, everything you can see, touch, taste, feel, tells you Donald Trump is running away with this thing. But
no one should ever tell a musician how to be, how to play, what to play. I remember
we saw what happened in 2020, and who knows, Donald Trump's enemies are the most powerful entrenched interests in the history of the world, and they got tricks up their sleeves like none of us can imagine. So I wouldn't take anything for granted. It seems Pennsylvania is the big one, man. That's what it's going to come down to. If he can win Pennsylvania, I think he wins this thing.
Say that again. If he
wins Pennsylvania, I think Donald Trump is president again.
Okay, so Dave, you guys had a libertarian convention, right? Which Trump attended.
Yes.
Okay. Libertarians, majority of libertarians, some of them are going to vote libertarian, some of them are going to go for Trump. Yourself, you're a candidate that a lot of people want to see you run for president. We've talked about this multiple times, where when I talk to people that want to see you run as a candidate for libertarians, whoever's running today, everybody forgot his name. I'm not being disrespectful. Nobody remembers his name. They're kind of hoping for you to run. How many libertarians in this 2024 election gave up their libertarian vote and gave it to Trump?
Okay, so there are, broadly speaking, there are people who identify as libertarian, and then there are people who are members of the Libertarian Party. In terms of like libertarians in America, I think the overwhelming majority voted for Donald Trump.
Overwhelmingly.
And I would say amongst Libertarian Party members, even a huge chunk of them voted for Trump.
So, by the way, for you, like what area, if you were to say right now between Kamala and Trump, you'll be critical with anybody and everybody, right? What area of Trump's campaign are you critical with where you're like, this is the area that I'm not comfortable with? And did you end up voting for Trump?
Well, I'll answer the second one first. Yes, I did. I ended up voting for him. But listen, don't even clap for me. I had no choice. He's running against some hoe. What was I going to do? But listen, all right, I'm sorry. I'm coming out a little bit
ludicrous in you came out, but
listen, Kamala Harris is, and I'm not just saying this because it's election night, and I know this will be like the crowd will like it, but she is the worst candidate I've ever seen run for major office in any party. It's insane. Like, if I just put it, forget even how you feel about it. If I just put it down on paper for you, and I was like, okay, listen, there's a candidate, and she's the nominee for the Democrats. And you go like, well, how did she win the primary? And I go, no, she didn't win a primary. She ran a presidential campaign 4 years ago and did so bad that she didn't make it to Iowa. She did worse than Pete Buttigieg. Yeah, you remember the 5-foot gay guy? She lost to him, okay? Not only did she's walked away from everything she was running on for president in 2020. She's not running on any of that anymore. She's also not running on her legacy as vice president, and she has no reason for why. Her answer to everything is that she grew up in a middle-class family, which is not special. I grew up in a middle-class family. I shouldn't be fucking president because of that. Like, look, a vote for Kamala Harris is just a vote for the machine. And Trump is not perfect. He's got his flaws. I've got a lot of criticisms of his first administration. I got a lot of criticisms of the campaign he's run this year, but he does exist. He is a real person, and we will have a president if he's the president. And if she's the president, we have what we have right now, which is no president, and the machine gets whatever it wants. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but the machine is the military-industrial complex. That's what you're voting for if you vote for Kamala Harris. And so fuck that.
But you're also voting for a machine that doesn't represent you, doesn't hear you. You know, you get the feeling under this administration that complaining, it's almost like when you call Avis or a huge company, you're not getting anybody on the phone. And I think that the biggest threat is the fact that nobody actually feels represented. And she does. At least when Trump got shot and he said, fight, 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 you saw leadership. Now, he is flawed. There's all kinds of things, but at least you saw leadership, a coherent foreign policy, a coherent, at least when you say, I favor lowering regulations, that's coherent. That's an economic plan I can kind of follow. I still don't know what she stands for. And I get the feeling, and I think most people get the feeling that her handler said, all you have to say is you're not Trump. All you have to say is that he's a fascist, and they'll believe you, and we'll get through it that way. Just don't talk about where you stand because you don't really know where you stand. And I think that's what most people feel like. She's not a leader. She's just a mouthpiece for the machine, like you were saying.
But by the way,
if I could say something.
After you say that, I want to come back to the three of you with a question to see what you say on that. But go ahead.
I want to tell you, look, Americans that are of minorities are the only people in the world that think that people that look like you actually give a shit about you. You've never left the outside world. The dynasty that did the biggest genocide was the Mao dynasty. Guess what? He looked like them. The people that Maduro and Chavez and Venezuela that ruined that country, guess what? He looks like them. The one that ruined Cuba, guess what? He looks like them. Stop thinking that because somebody's a female and they're black, they represent you. If you've obviously never seen the history of the world. Everybody that looks like you, who killed Cain? Abel, his brother. Who sold Joseph? His 12 brothers. Like, do you not understand that? The people that are going to screw you over the fastest actually look like you? They don't look like other people? Like, what part of that are you missing? It's crazy to me to sit in front of a goddamn TV and think, oh, they're black, oh, they're Mexican, oh, they're female, oh, they're Hispanic. They must have my best interest. Dude, you are a goddamn idiot. That's what you think. It's about you. And you got to understand that. And the faster you realize that, you start voting for people that have your best interest, not to share your skin tonality. By the way, Pat, who ruined Iran?
Who what?
Who ruined Iran? Iran. Who ruined Iran? Iran.
Who ruined Iran?
Yeah. Was he black? Was he Mexican? Or was he Iranian? The one that ruined Iran.
Maybe I can't hear what he's
Civil
asking.
War.
Who ruined Iran?
Who ruined Iran?
Yeah.
Who is it?
I don't know. Was it a Mexican guy, a black guy? Was it a white? Who was it?
No. We're not dealing with no Mexican or black guy. Who are you talking about?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
because he looked like you guys, so I'm assuming he had your best interest at heart.
I mean, listen, Kamala Harris is black. That's a part you got to read. If you're making a comment like that, you're offending a very big community in America. But I got a question for you, Dave. Here's a question for you. And you as well, Brian, and anybody else wants to comment on this. You said military-industrial complex. You said military-industrial complex. Guys, a story came out. Very important to hear this story. From Russia, here's what the story is. Trump could be assassinated if he tries to end the war in Ukraine. This story came out today from Dmitry Medvedev, former president of Russia and Putin's ally, warned that if Trump really tries to stop the war with Russia and Ukraine, he could face a JFK assassination style. Medvedev declared he won't be able to stop the war, not in a day, not in 3 months. And if Trump pursued peace, he could become the new JFK. Medvedev also said to Kamala Harris, calling her stupid, inexperienced, and controllable. How do you respond to the story?
I mean, I can't imagine anyone would actually try to assassinate Donald Trump. Oh, wait, they already did. Oh, but I couldn't imagine anybody who was involved in the Ukraine war effort would try to assassinate Donald Trump. Oh, wait, that's exactly who did. By the way, do you know, guys, you know that Donald Trump's second assassination attempt, okay? Do you know that that guy was a convicted felon who was convicted for possession of weapons of mass destruction? You can't make this shit up. And he then went to join the Ukrainian war effort and came back to America, and this raised no red flags. Like, dude, you can't have a goddamn parking ticket and get on an international flight without something going off. And by the way, the entire corporate media has had no interest in looking into any of these stories. Nobody is even asking, was he connected to intelligence? What was this guy's background? The first assassination attempt, the one that shot him in the ear, the official story is that they couldn't get into any of his phones and he had no social media footprint. Does anybody in this room believe that there would be a young person who was so politically radicalized that they would try to assassinate a president and they weren't on social media? What are the odds of that? 0? So all I'm saying is that, yeah, like, this is what Medvedev is saying is just obvious. Look, JFK was a threat to the military-industrial complex, and he took a limo ride through Dallas. Nixon was somewhat of a threat to the military-industrial complex, and he was totally set up and removed with Watergate. Donald Trump represents the third great American coup. They framed him for treason for 4 years. The entire corporate media, they actually think you're so fucking stupid that you would believe that Donald Trump was a Russian spy. The most famous person in the world was working for Putin this whole time? Like, how stupid is that? And there's no evidence to back it up. But so, are you saying, listen, they would frame the guy for treason, the sitting president of the United States. They would impeach him twice over nonsense. They tried to lock him up over all just bullshit. And they've already tried to assassinate him multiple times. So of course they would. Their only calculation is whether it's worse for them to do it or not. And if they thought they could get away with it, they would have done it already by now.
If they thought they could get away with it, they would have done a long time ago. Brian,
these people are killers, Pat. They'll kill for money.
I totally agree. And I now know when you look at the resources that Russia has, the number one natural resources as a country in the world, $75 trillion. They're trying to get through to find a way to get rid of them so they can get in there, start finding a way to make the money. I understand that part.
One of the best decisions I ever made in my life was joining the U.S. Army. When I served the 101st Airborne Division Air Assault, the level of pride of America being the greatest country in the world went to the roof. If you are a veteran, or if you support veterans, you have family members, Veterans Day, we have brand spanking new gear for you to choose from, a whole plethora of options of what to choose from with shirts that say we support.
Hello, Maryland! Good evening, Maryland! Doesn't it feel good to be in Maryland tonight? Oh, yes. Well, first of all, to Alex, you know, she forgot to tell you one important part of that story. She's the one who got on the bus after I had to race after her first grade friends and said, well, we have to wait for a certain 40-year-old to come across the park. Well, I have to say, first of all, tonight, I must give credit to the absolutely unfailing God that I serve. One whose grace has been sufficient at every turn. I don't have enough words to say thank you to God, whose faith has been unfailing. I want to thank him so much. And just a moment ago, I received a call from Governor congratulating me on tonight's victory. Offering his congratulations and the congratulations of Yumi. And I know that we both share a very deep love for Maryland and commitment to Maryland. So I certainly want to thank him so much for his service. Now, I start off with something that is so obvious, and it's that it couldn't be overstated, but tonight absolutely could not have been possible without you, without every single person in this room and the people of Maryland. So to the people of Maryland, thank you so very much. Thank you to Marylanders. Thank you. Now, if I named every person who shares this victory with us tonight, we'd be here for a few hours, but I can't leave the stage without thanking some very special people.
Right? How do you get, if you're driving 5 hours, but she also took a flight. So it was 40 minutes, but she came there, she resonated, and the people that were there to support her. So I think,
This is a populist movement that is not going to be stopped, I think is what they told us tonight.
Well, you talk about political talent of generation, and no matter who you're describing, when you say something like that, that gets right to what you need. You can have your policy positions, but you have to have a skill set to connect with the American people and to make sure to find a way that they feel that they're being heard. And we say this over and over again, and it applies to Democrats and Republicans, and that's going to be the soul searching for it always is for the party that doesn't win, and it will be, I'm sure, the days.
And David, by the way, it's going to happen for the Republicans too. Like,
yeah,
Donald Trump wins this election, which he's going to do. The next page begins to be turned. I mean, he's not going to want to hear it, but it is constitutionally required that he leave after 4 more years. And we're going to have a race inside the party, an empty seat race. And so the Republicans are going to be looking for who's the next person, who's going to try to inspire them and lead them.
President of the United States. I want to say thank you, number one, to my extraordinary wife, Heidi, my best friend in the world. Such an amazing partner on this magic carpet ride of life. And I want to say thank you to our 2 beautiful and amazing girls, Caroline and Catherine. Politics at times exacts a price on the family. And I want to say I am so grateful for their love and support, and you guys are amazing. Thank you. I also want to give a special shout out to Alexis Nungary. Alexis, thank you for your incredible courage speaking out for your precious Jocelyn, and your courage has made such a profound difference in this nation. We're going to. I also want to thank all the Democrats across Texas who crossed over and supported my campaign. Including especially Harris County District Attorney Kim Ogg. Who has stood strong for prosecuting violent criminals. And I want to thank every Texan across our great state who has stood with us in this fight, who worked and who fought for Texas. I want to congratulate Colin Allred on a hard-fought campaign. And I want to say to all of those who didn't support me, you have my word that I will fight for you, for your jobs, for your safety, and for your constitutional rights. But tonight, the people of Texas have spoken. And their message rings clear as a bell across our great state. Texas will remain Texas. You know, the media were ready to write off Texas. And Chuck Schumer poured in more than $100 million to our state. Well, I want to say thank you, Chuck. And I hope we win a few more Senate seats tonight because you wasted so much money in Texas. They deployed every trick, every lie, and every Hollywood celebrity they could find. Chuck Schumer tried to buy this Senate seat like it was a piece of Manhattan real estate. But he learned what we've always known, that Texas isn't for sale. And Texans can't be bought. Amen. Over the last 2 years, I've traveled every corner of this state, from the Panhandle to the Valley, from deep East Texas to far in West Texas. We have traveled 9,094 miles, 53 rallies all over the state of Texas. I've worn out my boots, at times my voice, and certainly the patience of my incredible political team, who did an amazing job on this campaign, and I think is the very best team in all of politics. And what I found traveling the state of Texas was worth every single mile. Because everywhere I went, I found something that gives me profound hope. Common sense isn't dead. It is alive and well in Texas. Everywhere I went, I met Texans who share a simple dream: to keep their families safe, to keep their freedom secure, and to keep their Texas values strong. Tonight, we are witnessing incredible results, especially with Hispanics across the state of Texas.
All right, you've been listening there to Senator Ted Cruz, the Republican winning re-election there, speaking to a crowd full of...
With us here now. Frank, can you hear me? It's David Muir here in New York.
Yes, I can. It's a privilege to do this. Good
No,
to
I
see
appreciate it. It's a privilege for us, especially since it's 4:54 in the morning and you're willing to join us this late in the game. I'm really curious by a couple of things you posted on social media. You argue that Kamala Harris lost this election when she pivoted to focus almost exclusively on attacking Donald Trump, particularly in those final weeks. You're convinced of that?
I'm convinced of it. And it was fascinating because she was gaining and gaining. Here's a candidate in our focus groups that had impressed the public with her energy, her enthusiasm. And she peaked at the convention when she was talking about what she was for rather than what Donald Trump was against. and all that changed in the last 6 weeks, and I did this wrong. I concluded that Trump did so badly in the debate that there would be no way that he could challenge her. And I acknowledge it because the public has the right to know the truth and we have the responsibility to tell them the truth. And the fact is that the debate this time mattered less. And in the end, when she turned on Trump, started to call him a fascist, started to use her most vicious terminology for him, is when she started to fall. And the fact is, this race was winnable for her, that she could have done it based on what she would have done in the first day, the first week, the first month, the first year. But she never communicated that, at least to the level that the public wanted her to do so. And in the end, they chose the candidate they didn't like but agreed with on affordability and security against the candidate who they liked, Vice President Harris.
That's really interesting. So let me just drill down on that. You did focus groups right up until the very end, and your conclusion is they didn't like him, but they didn't trust her.
Exactly. And in the end, they had to know where she stood. She never crossed the threshold. And this is going to be the conversation we're going to have for days and weeks. She never crossed the threshold of credibility, why she changed her position on certain issues, what she would do when she got the chance to do the job. And the fact is, she should have challenged the president. She should have challenged Joe Biden, and she should have separated herself, differentiated herself, and she didn't do it. And in the end, voters did not like Donald Trump. These final undecided voters, these persuadable voters, they didn't like Trump. They liked her more. But on the key issues, and the only two issues that mattered in the end was this affordability and security defined by immigration. Because she didn't define herself, they ended up with Trump and not with Harris.
Really interesting. I want to bring John Carl into this. He was raising his hand, Frank, to ask you a question. And you heard, John, what he just said there. He said in the focus groups, they liked her more, but she didn't address affordability and security, border security.
Yeah. And I was struck, Frank. I want to ask you. You said that she made a mistake when she turned to the negativity to, called him a fascist, and that was a decisive movement in the wrong direction. But in the final days of this campaign, Kamala Harris stopped, in some cases, talking about Donald Trump. She ended on a positive message in the final days of the campaign. It was Trump who went into a deep, dark place in the final days of the campaign. So how do you square that?
Because it was too late by that point. And it probably did hurt him what happened in Madison Square Garden. And in our last session, several of our undecided voters brought that up, saying that's exactly what they wanted to avoid. And the way that they communicated this, and some of this was published in the New York Times yesterday on Election Day, that they closed their eyes and they held their nose and they chose Trump because in the end, they had more faith in him delivering on the issues that mattered than they did her. That she should have done this earlier in the campaign, and by the last 96 hours, it was already too late for her.
Frank, I've got Lindsay Davis here with me too. Lindsay.
And I am curious, because we discussed it earlier, the potential that race and gender played a role. Did you hear anything with regard to that in your focus groups?
Well, this is amazing to me that women endorsed her and embraced her and saw her as someone who represented them and looked like them. But what happened was she pushed away men. And this is something that she probably was not accounting for, which is in the ad, she saw women all around her. In the ad, she focused on issues that women would embrace. But men found this off-putting, and what they're going to have to focus on is how do you lessen that gender gap? Not by raising the vote of women, but by not alienating men. And what they said was it was not necessarily an endorsement of Donald Trump, and it certainly wasn't an endorsement of the Republican Party. But in these sessions, they said, and you can see this on we've been collecting these focus groups, and they're on the site America Speaks on Straight Arrow News. They said that they felt like they had no place in the Democratic Party anymore. people who voted for Hillary Clinton and voted for Joe Biden, but they found her as prioritizing women at their expense. And that's why they ended up supporting Trump and not Harris.
Really interesting.
All right, folks, I'm going to shut it down. Or I would do another 4 hours at this point. We're at 9 o'clock. I ain't gonna do that. I'm gonna close it up now. We did about 4 hours, another 7 on the other stream. It's not too bad. I'm gonna crash out for a few hours and then probably go live. If I can get DC awake and get him on the stream early, that's my plan. We'll see how that works out. And it'll end up being 2 p.m. or something, knowing him. But we probably will go live at some time tomorrow, hopefully earlier than later. That's what I'm hoping for. There's going to be so much to talk about. So much to talk about. He has to come to Hill as well. He has to come to Hill on Georgia, on North Carolina, and on Pennsylvania. He has to answer for that. And when he takes the other 3 states, when he takes the whole blue ball, I don't know what he's going to say. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. This is why we love politics and history, the code breakers. This is Paradox. And see y'all in a few hours, man. Have a good one.